ACC Ryder.
That we are on the precipice of sending out a new term sheet that hopefully will be delivered later on today. The president is going to review it. And I have some very good feelings about getting to a long-term resolution, temporary ceasefire, and a long-term resolution, a peaceful resolution of that conflict.
Term sheet?
Mr. President, you said it's having to do with Iraq. We're having very good talks. Mr. President, you said yesterday that Putin is playing with fire. What will be the consequences for Russia if Russia continues to
Well, I'm not going to tell you exactly, but the words speak pretty loud. We're not happy about that situation. I think we're doing very well with Iran. I think we're doing very well with Gaza, but we are doing very well with Iran, and I think we're going to see something very sensible, because there are only two outcomes. You know what the two outcomes is: a smart outcome and there's a violent outcome, and I don't think anybody wants to see the second, but I think we've made a lot of progress, and we'll see. You know, they still have to agree to the final stages of a document, but I think you could be very well surprised what happens there, and it'll be a great thing for them, and they could have a great country into the future. Yeah.
Mr. President, Elon Musk in a television interview criticized the one big, beautiful bill, saying he was disappointed it didn't cut enough essentially that undercut the Doge efforts. What's your reaction to that?
Well, the reaction's a lot of things. Number one, we have to get a lot of votes. We can't be cutting. We need to get a lot of support, and we have a lot of support. We had to get it through the House. The House was. We have no Democrats. You know, if it's up to the Democrats, they'll take the 65% increase. You know, if that doesn't get approved, this country is going to have a 65% increase in taxes and lots of other problems, big problems, almost bigger than that. But we'll have a 65% increase as opposed to the largest tax cut in the history of our country. We will be negotiating that bill, and I'm not happy about certain aspects of it, but I'm thrilled by other aspects of it. That's the way they go. It's very big. It's the big, beautiful bill. But the beautiful is because of all of the things we have. The biggest thing being, I would say, the level of tax cutting that we're going to be doing. We're going to make people really be able to. We'll have one of the lowest tax rate we've ever had in the history of our country, and tremendous amounts of benefit are going to the middle income people of our country, low and middle income people of our country. So we're going to see what happens, because the Senate, as you know, is negotiating with us, and they have to then go back to the House. It's got a way to go, but I have to say, Speaker Johnson and Thune has done an incredible job. John Thune has done a fantastic job, and they're working together with me and others.
I have one more question.
And I think we have an amazing, if we pull this off, remember, we have zero Democrat votes because they're bad people. There's something wrong with them. You know, they'll let people pour into our country. Single biggest problem is we had 21 million people pour into our country, probably higher than that. And they're people that weren't supposed to be here. And many of those people are bad. Murderers,
they might have measles,
drug dealers, the mentally insane. They were closing mental institutions all over the world, not South America, all over the world. They're coming into our country, and we're getting them out. We're having a hard time because some judges aren't making it very easy for us, and it's tough enough. They approved that. They allowed that to happen to our country. We don't have one Democrat vote. And if I were a Democrat, I'd be voting for this bill, and I'd get elected to any position I want as a Democrat. They're crazy. They're voting for a 65% tax increase. And they're only doing it for hatred. They're not doing it for any reason. They know it's terrible. Terrible politics, in my opinion. So we have no Democrat votes. That means we have to get almost all Republican votes. And I think we're very close to doing that. I think it'll be very successful. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, Wall Street analysts have coined a new term called the taco trade. They're saying Trump always chickens out on your tariff threats, and that's why markets are higher this week. What's your response to that?
I kick out?
Chicken out.
Oh, and then I chicken out. I've never heard that. You mean because I reduced China from 145% that I set down to 100 and then down to another number? And I said you have to open up your whole country. And because I gave the European Union a 50% tax tariff, And they called up and they said, please, let's meet right now. Please, let's meet right now. And I said, okay, I'll give you till June 9. I actually asked them, I said, what's the date? Because they weren't willing to meet. And after I did what I did, they said, we'll meet anytime you want. And
All right, enough. Hey, CC. Hey, Darren. Hey, David. Hey, Carnegie. Hey, Bryant. Steve. Cliff. I guess we'll start. Not a lot of people here, so maybe somebody else is having a call. I don't know. I don't mean to interfere with anybody else's. If you want to go to another call, go, and you can always watch this later. I have no idea. Bryant is asking, why are so many shares to borrow on Finger? Are the longs lending out shares or the broker dealers? If I had to guess, they're hitting the F3 button. They're just making it up, if I had to guess. But it could be that people who have recently purchased Finger haven't put in GTC orders or let their brokerage firm know they don't want those shares lent out. Remember, from what I gather recently, and I've shared it with you, the change in the Uniform Commercial Code, Article 8, approved under Bill Clinton, allows your brokerage firms to pool your securities into, in our case in the United States, primarily the Depository Trust Corporation. Once those securities are pooled, they can do anything they want with them. They can use that pool as collateral, tying that pool of securities to derivatives or other obligations in first position. They can specifically use your collateral, your securities, as collateral, as if they're their own securities, as collateral for whatever the hell they want to do, derivatives, or lending out the shares. And they can lend. It's been my working hypothesis for 2 or 3 years now that what they're trying to imitate is the fractional reserve banking system. So in the banking system, banks lend out 10 to 1. And I think you find out currently it's 100 to 1. Because of the bankers have the protection, they own the government. So they have the protection of your tax dollars to bail their butts out when they lose. But when they win, they pocket it so they can marry Lauren Sanchez. And that's it. So I think it's probably one, new buyers are forgetting to put out GTC orders or telling their firm to not lend their shares out. Secondly, I think there's a lot of shares available simply from the stock loan desks. My opinion, I can't prove it. My opinion is those shares they're lending out, they're no more real than Memorex. It's likely that it's a decision of how much do we turn the dial? Do we go to 100 to 1 like the current banking system, or do we keep it at 5 to 1? What's our risk? What's our risk tolerance? I think that's what goes on. But I don't know. I mean, I was thinking about it the other night when I couldn't sleep. And I also heard that if you can't sleep at night, it can lead to early death. But I don't know. I haven't been sleeping that well for a while. But I was thinking about it. I left the I don't know what to call it, the desk. It wasn't the desk. I had a desk, but I left the I guess the registered rep side, the wealth advisor side in that context before Bill Clinton changed the rules. And then the rules changed again and again. I went into, what would be best described as venture capital or private equity, banking, I used to call it, when I went across the passport control. But whatever, we did the same thing. I did the same thing in essence that I had always done, only with more zeros and without the pretense of a big firm, which has its positives and negatives. Anyway, that's my opinion. I don't think there's a distinction between real shares and fake shares. Every share is electronic. Every share is electronic. Every share ends up as a black and white entry on your paper statements or whatever color you choose to have your computer process data. Every share comes into your computer screen as if you own it. I don't think there's a distinction between physical and counterfeit. I just think it's a matter of leverage. Bill Clinton's change, or his administration's change, allows the bank, the investment banks, the brokerage firms, to pool your securities with other banks if need be, if the contract's that big. But the point is they can pool your securities essentially in street name. So I don't know where you are, if you're Fidelity. Fidelity is legally allowed to take the securities you bought. If you started from zero, because we're not at zero, but if you started at zero, a perfectly virgin market, and everyone here bought shares of Finger, likely those initial shares of Finger exist. Fidelity can put those shares of Finger in its street name, pool those certificates, pool those securities, those shares, your shares, pool them at the DTCC. And then they can lend them out. They can hypothecate and rehypothecate, which are just fancy words for using the title over and over and over again. It's fraud in any other world, but not in banking, because banking controls the government, controls the media, controls Congress, controls your mind. You think, I'm not picking on you personally, but you think there's somehow a system that's working. It's not working. Well, it is. It's working for the banks. It's working for whatever his name is at BlackRock. So it's working brilliantly for him and others. So these are all interesting data points. Ham seems to understand them maybe better than I do, and I will admit that. But I think that kind of data if it even existed, would have more impact back when I worked on Wall Street. Since then, I don't think that data means anything. It, again, my working hypothesis on short squeezes now, I haven't seen one recently. I think you need 2, maybe 3 things. One, it's got to be a surprise. Whatever it is, has to be a surprise. All of a sudden, the stock, there's demand for the stock, the value's going up, the price is rallying, it's on every TV station, it's moving. Do you know what TV is? Yeah. Secondly, the shorts have to be unprepared or underfunded or caught unaware, and they are not in a position to meet the margin calls. So there's buy-ins. And then you get the whole cycle of opportunistic shorts coming in shorting, and then they're bought in and it just feeds on itself. The third thing, I think, in many cases now, is you need the spark of the longs using the same criminal strategies. And I'll be clear, I think it's criminal. I think it's criminal. What they do, but they can buy the same trading desks offshore. They can buy the same computers, the same algorithms. They just turn them around to buy. Costs money, costs millions of dollars, but I think they can do that. So if you combine a short period of time within which a surprise comes and the price goes up, and it catches out shorts leveraged up without other positions to cover, or they just walk away from that. But it all happens quickly. And then if it's further being juiced by algorithmic buying that is designed to punish the shorts on the way up, just the way the shorts have punished everybody on the way down, you can get a short squeeze. But I don't know. I've got to sign in on, I forgot to do that. It's very quick. Well, it should be quick. Okay. Spinning. Okay, so finger is 380. And of course, Brian, last week I suggested, I've been a broken record. Last week I suggested to people they could sell calls against their position. They'd have to wait 5 weeks. What do they risk? They risk that the stock squeezes. But anyway, I don't think many people did it. Here we are a week later, and the premiums have reduced. So people who did sell, if they did against their stock, it's not a risky trade. They could be buying those calls back for 15, 20 cent premium, maybe 25 cent. But no one, people, that's the tough thing. When the crowd is expecting a short squeeze, the premiums expand. To go against that crowd, particularly if you bought the stock at $1 and it's now $5, it's hard to try to cap off your potential gains. I know, I go through, it's just a psychological difficulty. But now finger, Tuesday, in the morning, to my memory, I'm doing it by memory. I think it was the 550s. It might have been the 6s, but I think it was the 550s. You roughly could have sold calls at 50 cents. maybe 45 cents. But to my memory, it was 45 to 60 or 45 to 65 was the spread. So I think you could have gotten 50 cents, but 45 cents. Unfortunately, I've got this service won't go now. It doesn't even go out to 550 anymore. But it's the 450s are 40 cents. So imagine what the 550s today are right now. If you had sold just yesterday morning, just yesterday morning. That's James Taylor. I was never a fan of his, so I can't remember the rest of the words. Although I did like Carly Simon, mock, yeah, mocking bird, yeah. So anyway, now the 450s have a 40 bid and a 50 ask. Yeah, you could probably buy, if you had sold the 5.5 calls yesterday, or the 6s you might have gotten a quarter or 30 cents for, you'd probably buy the 6s back for 5 cents or 10 cents. Probably buy the 550s back right now at, I don't know, 20 cents. So you'd conceptually, you might have made 20 or 30 cents just in a day. And if you sell 100 of them, that's not bad for a day's work, and it's riskless. The risk is you miss out on a squeeze. That's the risk. But otherwise, you're not risking any. Anyway, that's covered call writing. And the more you can start thinking about selling calls when the premiums get out of whack, the more you can start taking premiums rather than just throwing them away. I'm not saying you bought calls. I have no idea. But on Finger now at 377, let's see what the volume is. I understand Ham had a call last night, so I'm sure his information is more current than mine. But the volume is 256. So I'll give you my thoughts. They're not meant to supersede or replace anything you heard from him, but they're just my thoughts. The earnings are going to come out on Finger apparently tomorrow night after the close. Bob Hope's birthday, Jack Kennedy's birthday. They'll come out at the close, and we'll be able to get all the information that's going to help us make decisions on Finger. My opinion is the criminals, and maybe some of us, I don't know, will sell the stock Friday morning. So I would expect that you're going to see this stock down after the earnings come out, not up. But that's just reflexive. They just do that every time. The question is, what are we going to do about it? Will we want to buy more shares? Will institutions want to buy more shares? Well, we kind of don't know until we see what the earnings say. But at what point do you watch a stock? According to my service here, Finger went to $5.19. I thought it went higher, but so you watch the stock go from $1.04, let's call it $1.10, to $5.20 roughly. And it pulls back. I'm not saying you would have sold at $5, but it pulls back to whatever, rallies back, pulls back to whatever, rallies back, kind of in a slow downward move. And it circles around 4, circles around, as it's coming down, it's trying to get back to 5, then it's around 450. And now, are we going to go back above 4? at what point do you say to yourself, I bought Finger at $1.10 and I thought it was going to squeeze. I still think it's going to squeeze, self. But do I let the stock go back to some number before I just try to take a short-term profit? Or do I buy more? And those are only decisions you can make. The only decisions you can make. I kind of think somewhere in here is the indication that I was willing to risk. It went to 5. I didn't want to sell because I was willing to risk some profit because it could squeeze. It went to 450. I didn't sell because I was willing to risk some profit to see if it would squeeze. It went to 4. I didn't sell because I was willing to risk profit for it possibly to squeeze. I don't know. It's getting into a range for me that I'd be thinking, what should I do? And only you can decide. But we had a concept. I was young. One of the he became very successful as a broker. I would listen to his calls to his clients. The way his door opened in his office, I could hear his calls, and he had a loud voice. But he used to say to his clients, he'd call them up and he'd say, let me use Finger as an example. Well, Mrs. McGillicuddy, we have a full position in Finger Motion. We have 100% of our position in Finger Motion. And when I first heard it, I'm like, what the hell? You're making it up. What do you mean you have 100% of a position? You can always buy more or have less. Or he'd call up and he'd say, Mr. McGillicuddy, is your wife home? Yeah, hold on, let me get her. And Mrs. McGillicuddy comes to the phone and he'd say, Mrs. McGillicuddy, I've been looking at your account and we agreed in January to take a 3rd position in Nixie. And we have 100% position in Finger Motion. And Mrs. McGillicuddy, I'm thinking that maybe we should go to a 50% position in Finger Motion and 100% position in Nixie. I'm making it up. But that's how he would talk. And I was like, what the hell does he mean? Well, I started getting the hang of it. He had in his mind, I'll talk for myself. For me, 100% position when I started, I'm constrained by capital, but I don't know, 3 years ago I had more. It might be 50,000 shares. There's no way I can do anything now. But if some of you have 100,000 shares of Finger, that might not even be a 100% position. I don't know. It's a determination you make. But for me, I would think, and I can't do it. I can't afford it. But I would think if I were liquid right now, I think a 100% position in Finger might be 10,000 shares. I don't have that capital, so I'm just talking hypothetically. Well, I watched it. If I had played it correctly, I would have purchased 10,000 shares at $1.10 or so, $1.20, whatever. And it went to 5 something. So I had $50,000. That's wow. Well, now it's at 375 and I've got a decision. Do I still want 100% position in Finger? Well, as Bob Clayton taught me, taught all of us at Merrill Lynch, he said the only time you sell is, you know, obviously if the story changes. If you, you know, if you've reached your targets for whatever other reason, maybe, but when a stock has performed decently and perhaps still has life in it, the only reason you sell is you have a better alternative. That's what he would teach. You have something that you have a better idea. So I might call up Mrs. McGillicuddy and say, you know, we rode your 10,000. We had 100% position in Finger at $1.15. And I thought it was best if we kept that position full at $5 because it really looked like Mrs. McGillicuddy that it could squeeze. Frankly, Mrs. McGillicuddy, it still could squeeze. But I see the earnings coming out tomorrow night. I expect the criminals to sell Friday, maybe Monday. And I don't know what the earnings are going to say. So I'd like to, Mrs. McGillicuddy, I'd like to lock in our profit on 50% of our position so that if it squeezes, you still have 50%. You'll still benefit. But at least we've taken a profit on half. So, Mrs. McGillicuddy, I'm recommending that we go to a 50% position in Finger Motion. Well, all right, dear. You think that's best? Well, I do. And if you have questions, I'll be glad to answer them. But that is my recommendation. Well, all right. I'll take your advice. Go ahead and sell half. Now, what do you want me to do? What should we do? Should we leave it in the money market account, or should we buy a municipal bond, or maybe I could withdraw some cash? Well, of course, Mrs. McGillicuddy, that's up to you. But I'd like to suggest, we had a nice trade in Finger. I'd like to suggest a couple of ideas to you. And I think you can do both. I'd like to suggest to you that you take maybe half of the proceeds, 25% of your Finger position. And I'd like you to buy a company called Railtown AI. Railtown, what is that? I've never heard of such a thing. Well, Railtown is a name for a company, and I think they just used the an acronym for real AI learning model or something, and they came up with Rail as their symbol in Canada. And I guess they called it Railtown. I'm not sure, but it's a technology company. It's AI, and they've come out of the R&D phase. Mrs. McGillicuddy, and they are now in the customer acquisition phase, and they're going after a very large market. I can explain it in more detail, but in essence, they allow companies who have legacy software systems that have been around for longer than you have. No, sorry, Mrs. McGillicuddy. That was an attempt at humor. Oh, that's all right, dear. I'm older than you are. Well, for the last 30 or 40 years, they have software that needs upgrading. And it used to take tens of millions of dollars and teams and a year, 2 years to get it done. This new product, which is all computer driven and artificial intelligence, can do the same thing in a matter of days, minutes, hours, and at a fraction of the cost. And they're the only ones with this so far. They're the first to market. Well, I don't understand all that. You think it's best? Well, yes, I do. I think you can buy. You can take 25% of your finger motion position, and let's buy with that. I don't know. That'd be 20. That'd be 20. That'd be 20 grand, would it? Almost 20 grand. So it's about 15. I don't have a computer. But let's put that, we'll buy Railtown at 34 cents, 34.07. All right, you can go ahead and do that. Well, if you can wait a minute, ma'am, the stock is thinly traded, and I'd like to get that order in. Just hold on the phone. Thwunk. AE 6969, check your tube station. Well, Mrs. McGillicuddy, we did buy your shares at 34 cents, a little bit more, 34.07, and now the price is going higher, so I'm glad I got that order in. It doesn't mean it's going to go straight up, but thank you for waiting. Now, what I'd like to suggest with the other 25% is perhaps you could look at a company that I think is a little more speculative than Railtown, but I think it's on the verge of a similar move, which we just experienced in Finger. Oh, is that right? Well, what did we pay for Finger Motion? Well, we paid $1.15. What did we just sell it for now? Well, we sold half of your position at $3.75, and we kept half. Oh, that's right. That's what you wanted to do. Well, what I'm suggesting, you're basically made almost 4 times your money on the half we sold. It's not quite. I just don't have a calculator, but it's more than 3 times your. It's somewhere between 3 times and 4 times your money. I think, Mrs. McGillicuddy, if we were to buy Nixie now, the setup is similar to the finger motion move, and I think you could see 3 to 4 times on your money, maybe 5 times your money, in fairly short order. Now, I do think it's a company that has a little bit of a speculative quality to it because, these are some smart guys merging several companies into Nixie. It's without getting too complicated, they have revenues, they have profits, but they have to execute on their plan. But I feel like Mrs. McGillicuddy, that should all start working as soon as next week. So I'd like, if you don't mind, that you give me permission to buy 25% of your finger motion position. I don't have a calculator here, but it's roughly 20 grand, under 20 grand. I'd like to go ahead and buy 10,000 shares, Mrs. McGillicuddy, of Nixie right now at $1.93, unless you have some questions. And if it's a little over our proceeds, I'll just take it from money market. Well, dear, if you think that's best, you've done very well so far. And this is the trading portion of our account. So go ahead and buy 10,000 shares of Nixie at $1.93. All right, there's only 100 shares offered there. So if you could hold on, I want to finish our conversation, but let me get that ticket in. AE6969, please check your tube station. All right, Mrs. McGillicuddy, we did buy 10,000 shares at 193. Some was a little bit below that. They didn't want the stock to go up. All right. So where we stand now, Mrs. McGillicuddy, we own 50% of our original position of finger motion. My opinion, Mrs. McGillicuddy, is that finger motion could do very well over the long term and the intermediate term. But in the short run, it's always possible that they accept a financing at $2.75, $3, $3.25. And I'm glad that we reduced our position. We can always come back and increase our finger motion from a 50% position to 100%. But in the meantime, I really like what you gave me permission to do. I think you now own, I can't do the arithmetic on that. She probably would own, I'll make it up, 100,000 shares of Railtown. And I think that can go up. I can't do the math in my head. 35 cents, 20 grand, 10, it'd actually be around, I rounded it up, Mrs. McGillicuddy, and you own 75,000 shares of Railtown. I took it out of the money market. Well, that's all right, dear. That's all right. So I think Railtown has excellent long-term prospects, and it truly could be a giant in the AI field. They are in the process of merging some of the top AI companies in North America into the company. And I think once that comes out, we could see this stock dramatically higher in price out of the gate. Oh, is that right? Well, I think you could see 3 times your money as soon as the next 2 or 3 weeks. And I think once everything becomes clear and the pent-up demand to buy the stock is sated, I think you could have 10 times your money in that. So, and I don't think there's a lot of risk, Mrs. McGillicuddy. Obviously, this is the speculative portion of your account, but since you have, 10 million in government bonds and 20 million in Exxon and Nvidia, I think this is a small trade. So, but I think you're going to be happy with it. And on Nixie, I think it's not necessarily 10x, 10 times your money, but it could happen. Believe it or not, Mrs. McGillicuddy, 10 times your money on Nixie could happen. But my target on Nixie is a similar trade to the one we just had with finger motion. So let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. Maybe after you return from your 4th of July vacation, we could discuss it. And if I'm correct, maybe we'll take our position, we'll reduce our position in one or both of these new trades, and we'll come back and bring our finger motion trade back to 100%. So unless you have questions, Mrs. McGillicuddy, I thank you for your business, and I look forward to talking to you in the first week of July. All right, dear. Thank you. That's what I would do, Brian. That's what I would advise Mrs. McGillicuddy. But you got to make your own decisions. Finger motion. Finger motion. Well, let's see. What is this? All right, I want to save that. Finger motion could go up, but do you think it's going to go up 5x from here? 3x from here? It could. I mean, it's actually, finger motion actually has a reasonable pullback going on, but it's at an inflection point. It's been pretty much straight up. And so the 20-day moving average is $3.52. And I would say that's, yeah, they'll try it. They had their computers see these charts better than I do. So that's probably where finger motion is going, at least in a little tiny spike. Will it turn around and then start climbing back to 5? It's possible. There's been a lot of volume, but I really think in the short run, and I don't think it's bad for the company, the implications of it are not bad at all for the company. But in the short run, I think it's likely that Roth Capital is going to make them an offer they can't refuse. Look what they did to my boy. Look what they did to my son. And let's see, what's the price? 280. I hope it's not lower than that. 233. They get a deal done. But I think that'll be very strong for Finger's future price action. But in the short run, I think for the next 2 to 6 weeks, with part of it, maybe new money, and you don't sell any finger at all. But I think for the next 2 or 3 weeks, there is an excellent chance. Finger motion went from where it broke out was about $1. I don't know, $1.30 is where it crossed the moving averages. It was lower. And I remember liking the stock. Prior to that, it ran up and then pulled back. But this run, not the one from January or February, the run from April has been from about $1.20, $1.25, all the way up to $5.20, and now it's pulled back. It's a healthy pullback. It could continue its run upward. That's a question that you have to ask. But when I look at it, it could also go sideways. It could also break down. Obviously, what could happen to any stock? But I look at it and I say, wow, that's a nice move. It went from, let's say, $1.30 to right now, 371. That's triple my money. That's nice. I could have gotten more, but I was going for it. So my mental stop is in place, and I'm going to take 3 times my money on half my position. And I think we're blessed with a number of stock trades here that we don't normally see. I think I can 3 times my money in Nixie and 3 times my money in Railtown fairly quickly and maybe better. So that's what I'm going to do. Anyway, that's what I would, if I were a wealth advisor, I'd be calling all of my clients and making that suggestion. Obviously, I cannot give financial advice. I don't have a holding page with your information. I don't have your salary. I don't have your age. I don't have the dependents. I don't have your other assets. So I can't give financial advice. But now I will say, just to finish this, and then I'll go to questions. I missed out on the trade on Finger because I don't have a lot of money. If I were just where I was a year and a half ago, or was it sooner than that? I lost track of time. Finger would have been a big part of my portfolio, but I just don't have that much right now. So the two, and it's largely in my IRA. That's where it is. The 2 positions I have are Nixie and Railtown. So that might color my thinking. But right now, if I had these kind of profits in Finger, I'd be selling. And I'd probably, if you wanted to pick one, I'd put it all in Railtown. I think Railtown has the strongest fundamental story. And even though it's speculative, so there's, by definition, it's high risk. Comparatively, it has the least risk. And so, and I think Railtown. Not only do I think Railtown could go to $3, $3.50 fairly quickly, I think once it gets there, who knows what the news is. I mean, the projections could be hang on to it, and this is, the next Netscape, or the next, what was that tea company? Snapple. Bill, does George have any more shares of Snapple? These are the things I learned in my life. I didn't learn Dickens. I didn't learn Tolstoy. I learned what positions people had. Hey, John, how are you? John, I found one answer in, let me see if it's here. That's the problem. It's like I'm back in college. I have a desk full of books I'm reading, studying, highlighting. Let me see if it's here. Okay, it is. On page 34 of Jeff Clark's book. He says, why are we focused on gold and silver? There are lots of metals in the earth that are used to make all kinds of things. And there are other precious metals besides gold and silver. So why have I zeroed in on just these two and not all of them? The main reason is because gold and silver are monetary metals. So I'm not saying, John, that the other metals won't do well and they won't become monetary metals. This is how the old sages in the gold and silver space think. And they are the research analysts, and they are who are going to train all those wealth advisors out there, 100,000, 200,000 wealth advisors who right now don't know jack diddly about precious metals. They're going to train them. So what do you think they're going to train them? This kind of thinking. So it's not that you're wrong. It's just what's the path of least resistance? Or what's the first move? And after the first move, maybe it's then to diversify. So the main reason we're focused on gold and silver is because gold and silver are monetary metals, meaning mana being money, meaning they've been used as a currency or to back a currency many times throughout history. The fact that they are a recognized form of money, accepted without question across the entire world, automatically attracts investors. Gold and silver also have physical appeal. They're both beautiful. But watch out for the STDs. And the monetary value adds to their allure. Now, he goes on to say, John, it made me think about you, and I put a yellow mark here. Platinum and palladium are precious metals too, meaning their occurrence in the Earth's crust is rare, but their use is mostly industrial, particularly to reduce air pollution from vehicles run by the internal combustion engine. Their prices can go on a run at times, but it's usually because of a supply issue or a shift in demand. Gold and silver draw much more attention from investors than just industrial trends. Then there are the base metals like copper, zinc, and lead. You can invest in them if you like, but I won't be discussing them here because their price also depends on supply and demand in the industries which use them, as well as the overall health of the economy. Also, the gold and silver markets are small compared to most others, including many of the commodities. Believe it or not, the market cap of a single company like Apple is bigger than the gold and silver sectors combined. This was published in 23, but I bet that's still probably true. As a result, it doesn't take a lot of investment in gold and silver miners to have a big impact on their prices, whether you're buying or selling. Add it all up, and this is why we can see doubles and triples and even 10 baggers in gold and silver stocks. If you are holding these stocks when they go on a run, you will feel like you have hit pay dirt. Gold is money. Gold is the purest, most enduring form of money ever. Ever. Yeah, Finger has to, I'm sorry to say, I just think it has to get to 360. What it does then, or 360, maybe my eyesight, maybe 365. What it does then, it could bounce back up or it could go sideways. That's a short-term chart, and you can get better information from people like Lion or Arca or those kind of guys. Or maybe BAM has a chart on it. I don't know. I admit when I look at charts, I kind of eyeball it. I'm not precise the way those guys are. Gold is the purest, most enduring form of money ever. There's a reason why everyone from pirates to kings hoarded gold. There's a reason most civilizations have had a gold standard at one time or another. There's a reason most central banks today have physical gold in their official reserves. It is because gold is money. It is the strongest, most reliable store of value in the history of mankind. Oh, that's so sexist. That's just a sign of the patriarchy. Who invented this language? All right. It is the strongest, most reliable store of value in the history of humankind. Oh my gosh, he's just as bad as the patriarchy. He replaced mankind with humankind. I just can't stand it. All right. It is the strongest, most reliable store of value in the history of womankind. Oh, I can't believe it. Again, there's man and woman. I just can't stand the patriarchy. I'm at a loss how to write that sentence in a way that passes gender studies. So I'll just read it as it exists. It is the strongest, most reliable store of value in the history of mankind. Gold is a tangible, hold in your hand asset that cannot be destroyed by nature or be printed by central bankers. Although they do, these banksters up there, 26 guys, they manipulate the markets the same way it's the same concept. Derivatives, selling paper, futures, using other people's collateral to make their bets. And calling it their own collateral, tying it up in their own bets. If you possess a gold eagle or a maple leaf, you have no counterparty risk. You cannot say that about any other asset, almost. The price of gold fluctuates in dollar terms, but its value does not. And the old trope, I'm sure you've heard it before, regardless of the dollar price involved, 1 ounce of gold would purchase a good quality man's suit at the conclusion of the Revolutionary War, the Civil War, the presidency of Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and today. Peter A. Bersher, financial commentator. Consider that in its 2,600-year coinage history, gold has never gone to zero. unlike most paper currencies. In the 2,600-year coinage history that we know about, gold has never gone to zero, unlike most currencies, most paper currencies. Gold offers a modern-day benefit as well. It is inversely correlated to most other investments. Not always, not in a panic, meaning that when they fall, gold tends to rise. We're so leveraged up initially. When the financial markets give up the ghost, everything will go down. Even your mother. I'm sorry, that was a joke. This makes holding gold an excellent long-term hedge for a portfolio. In fact, we did a 21-year study. Anyway, this useless study. Okay, silver is a monetary metal too. It has been used as money throughout history. In fact, silver has been actual currency more often than gold. The Spanish word plata means silver in English, and in parts of Latin America, I guess plata is a synonym for money. I didn't know that. Did you know that? Think about the financial power you have when holding physical gold and silver. Gold and silver can never go broke. They offer liquidity almost anywhere in the world, even if your brokerage firm shuts down. They have no counterparty risk. They require no one else to fulfill a contract, making them the safest way to hold some savings. And I think, everybody is so cautious on saying some. I think we're going to get to a point, at least briefly. It's not right now, I don't think. But it will come to a point where that some should probably be a majority for a brief period of time. I don't think we're quite there. And no matter what happens in the world, gold and silver will always have value, making them one of the strongest assets that you can leave to your heirs. Well, anyway, I'll leave it there. Then he goes on to talk about gold and silver stocks, but we'll leave it there for now. All right, let's go back to Finger. Drying up volume, David, is sometimes a good sign. It is sometimes a good sign. 324,000. There's, I was trying to remember who said it, and I cannot remember who said it. But I can almost remember. I can almost remember, but it's not coming. Anyway, when discussing shorting and naked shorting, this gentleman said, I can almost remember who it is. But he said, when they create a setup, and he's an older guy, so, his experiences like mine were maybe of a different time. But he said the setup is to get the price to go up in the stock. And they take the elevator up, he said. So you take the lift to the top floor. And then you take the stairs down, because you want to take as much cash and as much speculative buying as much capital out of the market cap as you can on the way down. You don't get back in the lift and hit basement. You go down the stairs and you're trying to hoover everybody's money on the way down. So it's just one thing to be careful of in any stock. Any stock. Jim Cramer, I read his books, believe it or not, and I watched him for maybe 6 months. But in one of his books, he emphasized that stocks are just pieces of paper, and you have to sell them to turn them into money. And he said that several times. It's true. I mean, they also stock cycle. So they go up and they go down in cycles, regardless if the story's great or not. Stocks cycle. And unfortunately, we now live in a market where everybody, from the smiling faces at the over-the-counter, the expanding rear end of Adina Friedman, the full-suited, full-size suited, tall and fat suited Robert Cook, the distracted, owned chairwoman of the oversight committee, Ann Wagner, just reads from Goldman Sachs lobbyists. We're in a world. BlackRock controls all 6 media organizations. And we're in a world where when a stock goes up, it's coming down, boy. It's not staying up. It's not staying up. I'm trying to find something for you. Maybe this is it. Oh. Darn it, darn it, darn it. It's not in my history. I should have saved it because I knew I wanted to show it to you. I can't find it now. Be great if I could just find it quickly. It would be awesome. 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 But I can't. So where else could I find it? Let me look if it's on somebody else's channel. Let me look. Might be. I might be able to find it there. But then some of you will say, oh, he's terrible. Will you listen to him? Of course, I can't find it. All right, I give up. I'm going to give up. I'll look a little bit further and then I'm going to give up. Can't find it. If I could just ask Google the right question. Well, I guess I can just show it to you. I can't find the video, but I can show you the headlines. You can't see them. You just have to believe me. Here's the headline. Sky News. Trump ambushes South African president alleging genocide. The Guardian. Trump ambushes South African president. Sky News again. CNN. Trump ambushes South African president in Oval Office. Al Jazeera at least puts ambush in brackets. NPR. Shock and anger in South Africa after Trump's Oval Office ambush. BBC. I think I already read that one. Dawn News. Trump ambushes South African president. Washington Post. New study says Trump has dangerously undermined truth. Ah, great paper. Well, anyway, there's a video out there that shows every anchor saying that same thing. I can't find it. Unfortunately. I'd play it for you, but I can't find it. So I'm not going to play it for you. Not going to be able to play it for you. But the point is the media is controlled by one firm, BlackRock. Hey, Barbara. Bam's videos are technical. He loses me. He does like NIXX, okay. Well, he gives me credit, but, you know, there's other people like Chris LaQuassier and others that have also recommended it. Not mentioning other tickets until finger breaks through. Currently 11 value plays with plenty of cash. Holo. Holo hits a new low. I don't know anything about Holo, but we can talk about it. But I'm kind of agree with Kit. By the way, one of the reasons when you own a position, you can trade part of it to try to increase your core position with the profits. I mean, anyway, everybody does it differently. Once again, the criminals are allowed to get away with the perfect crime. Yeah. Let's see the price. See what's happening. Well, now the bid is 366. That might, the low is 365. That might be the low. I think it might be 362. I couldn't really read it on the chart, but that'll become a point of support. And I would guess it would bounce a little bit here, maybe not a lot, I don't know, or hold here. But that's just a moving average. So how strong is a moving average as support? I don't know. But it certainly is the first indication of support on the chart. And it looks, it's going up a little bit. 367. Not a lot, but it could be the support. Holo will never run again. Holo hits a new low. Well, the one thing about Holo is that's what could, I didn't talk about GDC. Somebody called me up and said, are you serious? You like GDC? I did own GDC. And very similar to that example I gave at the beginning here, for me, look, if I still had my account the way it was, I would own a piece of each of these. But I'm in a different position. I don't have any children. I don't seem to have any prospects of a wife or anything like that. So I can be a little more concentrated in my trades without having to think. I mean, if it doesn't work, I eat peanut butter and jelly sandwiches for 6 months. So it's a little different. Everybody is in their own situation, but I ended up not at a profit, by the way, and not, where is GBUX? Where is GBUX? Probably I sold higher than 236. I want to say I sold at 240 or 250, but essentially right where it is. Why did I do that? Because I bought Nixie. I looked at both of them. I wanted to be in both. And as it turns out, I might have been right with GBUX so far. But there's no evidence that I'm right in Nixie yet. But I like how Nixie's trading. And my whole goal is if Nixie runs quickly, I will probably take that little bubble of money and put it in Railtown, because in my IRA I'm not paying taxes, and I'll push the bet on Railtown. But if Railtown's already moved, and let's say Nixie goes up next week, let's say Nixie might not do its whole move, obviously, next week, but let's say Nixie goes to 6 next week and GBUX is still down here. It might be interesting to have a little bit of it prior to Thursday the 12th of June. But I think, I just want to be clear. The reason I swapped out of GBUX to add to my position in Nixie is I think GBUX has gotten extremely risky comparatively because the shorts have been successful in getting the market cap down to 235 million. And what was announced, let's just go through that. What was announced on GBUX I'm not making it up. It's just what was announced. Here, last month, it says March 29th, so almost 2 months ago. GBUX announced 2 months ago. Why is it taking so long? A publicly traded super app and charitable giving platform today announced the intended sale of 30% equity stake in the company for $212 million. The good news is the transaction is designed to be completed through a non-dilutive structure to protect and enhance long-term shareholder value. Okay. So 30% for $212 million. And I go back to Yahoo, or I'll go back to Morgan Stanley, and the market cap is 235. Do you see a problem there? That's what the criminals always do. They destroy the market cap. So what I see as the issue, I have no idea, is that the investor who wants to put up $212 million for 30%, he's saying, wait a minute, I can buy the whole company right now for $235 million. Are you kidding me? Why do I only get 30%? That's what the investor's saying. And then the company's probably saying, well, we're not going to sell you the whole company. No way. So they're at a standoff. They're at a standoff on getting that deal done. I don't know that for a fact. I just assume it. So that's the risk in GBUX, is that the criminals are successful in making sure the deal doesn't get done. And that's an advantage that the banks has set up for themselves because the banks are involved in the criminal activity. Some of it's legal, some parts of it technically are legal, but the coercion, the collusion, the misinformation, the spoofing, the moving of trades, selling stock you don't intend to locate or deliver, all of it, so all that stuff's illegal. That's all securities fraud. And the banks are involved in it. So I think GBUX has this deadline of not next Thursday, not next Thursday, not tomorrow, but not next Thursday, the following Thursday. So we've got what, couple of weeks where they could get the deal put together. If they get the deal put together somehow, it'll be one of the greatest feat of salesmanship I've ever seen. And if the deal is final, not MOU, not indication of interest, then you could see it move. But it's a big effort that's necessary. So when I looked at it, I said, I'd rather be in NIXX than GBUX, fully acknowledging I might miss out on a holo. You know, holo went to 120. GBUX could have that kind of experiment. You know, apparently it came from Goldman Sachs. the money's coming from the Middle East. They're not using Wall Street, low float, big short. They're going to use the money to create cash flow so that they never have to go to the market. I mean, it's got some of the they've got part of the recipe fulfilled, but it's just a question, can they get the rest done? Yeah, David, I think I can improve on what you wrote. And shadow Nixie's low volume. Whole low hits a new high. Go look at the ticker symbol Viper. I am the Viper. Viper. Oh, why doesn't this work? Oh, here it is. Takes so long. It ruins the joke because it takes so long to find. But anyway.
Story of that old snake in the grass called the Viper.
The Viper.
I was in my apartment all alone when I heard a ring, tingling on the telephone. I said, "Who's that at 3:30?" And a frightening voice came back at me. I am the Viper. I'll see you in 7 weeks. My head was spinning and my knees were weak. I could hardly stand on my own 2 feet. Its next call got me out of bed. and how I flipped when that voice said,
I am the Viper. I'll see you in 7 days.
I shook like jello in a hurricane. My heart was pounding like a Pullman train. Again that voice upset me so. Again I flipped as it said, oh, oh.
I am the Viper. I'll see you in 7 seconds.
And now I'm certain that my time has come. I can hear its knock. It's too late to run. I know that I must let it in. So wish me luck, 'cause things look grim.
I am the Viper.
Oh, why have you come?
I have come to wipe your windows.
About as stupid as it gets. About as stupid.
This is such an
About as stupid as it gets, but hey. What do you expect for nothing? Rubber biscuits? Let's look up Viper, VVPR. It's going to be a stock that was destroyed. I just guarantee you that was a stock destroyed by the shorts. It is breaking out in the short run. But let's see what happened over 5 years. Yeah, it's the same thing. Everybody always brings stories that have been destroyed. But in the short run, it has broken out. I would say $10 is significant. If it breaks through there, it'll go to 13, 14. Breaks through there, it could go to 22. And if it has the power to do it, it could go back to 50. But it's just a stock that's been destroyed by the shorts, and it's having a dead cat bounce. And Trump signed the nuclear power bill. So let's see what Viper is doing. It's up 60 cents to 664. The high on the year is 848. They raised 121 million via a private offering. Oh, led by Saudi Arabia and XRP industry leaders. That's different. Of course, it's from Benzinga, but that's different. So that might be, Aaron, that might be something to study. Let me write it down. Vivo Power. Vivo Power International. She sounds like trouble. Yeah. Value play by DCA, up or down? Avoid companies with LOIs or MOU. Yeah, exactly. And you're right, Kit, that habitually cancel. That's a risk with that we can't define, but that's a risk with GBUX. Is it a good idea to invest $5,000 at the current price? Account settings. Look, I can give you an opinion if I had $5,000. I can't tell you what to do. I can't give you financial advice. I mean, as an example, is it your last $5,000? Are you single? Do you have a high-paying job? Do you owe money to I don't know. There's so many things that you have to figure out for yourself. But for me, if somebody gave me $5,000 and I am basically stable for the next, let's say, 60 days, I would put 5,000 into Nixie right now at 194. Let's just see what that would buy. $5,000. I'd probably, if I had $5,000, I'd definitely buy 1,000 Nixie. That would be $2,000. And it's too bad Railtown is now above 30 cents. But it's only 33 cents. So if I bought 1,000 Nixie at $1.94, that would be 1,950. I could buy 33.79. 33.79. 33. So I could buy 1,950 divided by 0.3379. I could buy 9,000 RLAIF. And it would probably cost me another $300, but that's what I would do with 5,000. I'd buy 1,000 Nixie and I'd buy 9,000 RLAIF. I'd try to get 10,000 RLAIF. So you'd have to spend you need another $350. So if you can do 5,350, I'd buy 1,000 Nixie and I would buy, let's call it 5,400. This is what I would do. I can't, again, I've just got to repeat, which I always do, say that I can't give financial advice. So what do I think? I'm going to pick, where's my calendar? I'm going to pick a time frame. Let me just see here, account settings. Today, I started loving you again. And I'm really right back where I've always been. I got over you just long enough to let my heartaches mend. Today, I started loving you again. All right, so 4 weeks gets us to almost to the end of June. 6 weeks gets us through July 4th. All right, so I'm going to say 4 to 6 weeks from now. I will, it's just a prediction, but I bet you could So account settings, if you do this, these are predictions, not promises. But if you put $5,400 up today, you bought 1,000 Nixie, and you bought 10,000 RLAIF, I think you could have $40,000 within 6 weeks. And this could be higher, particularly if you hold it longer. And this could be much higher. This could be double that if it takes off. But anyway, I'm just saying you sell this at $8. You might sell it at $6. I don't know. But you sell it at $8. You might sell it at $10. You might sell it at $20. I don't know. But then Railtown, I'm assuming it goes to $3.50, but I cut it back a little bit. So I'm assuming it's going to $3.20. But I have a feeling once the news is clear, you might say to yourself, I don't want to sell that. I want to hold it until it goes to, I don't know, $10, $20, but it might take a while. But in a trade, I think you can turn 5,400. This is conservative. You might be able to turn it into 50,000 by July 4th. But to answer your question simply, if you just are interested in Nixie, I think it's a good price to buy Nixie. I think the risk, the downside risk in Nixie is, I don't really see much downside risk in Nixie. Look, all these stocks are high risk speculative stocks. So you have to assume all of them can blow up in your face. But I think with Nixie, they have a new CEO. They've announced revenues. They've announced profits. They've announced that they want to grow. They've announced that I think there's at least one acquisition. I don't know if it happened or didn't. But anyway, they're in the middle of implementing their plan. And I think Nixie's market cap is roughly $40 million. They have 18 million shares outstanding. Their revenue, conceptually, in other words, you have to project forward a little bit, but it's all in the press releases, could be equal to Finger Motion's revenue for the last 2 years. We don't know what happened in their fiscal year 2025 yet. We'll find out tomorrow night. But I'm not trying to say anything negative about Finger. I'm just saying that Finger's trading at $250 million market cap. Nixie's trading at 40 million. And, that's only one metric, but it leads me to believe there's not a lot of downside risk, all things being equal, in Nixie. So, yeah, I think it's a great time to buy Nixie. And I think for a guy like me who bought my small position in Nixie, I don't know, 3 months ago, higher prices, I missed out on Finger. So for me, looking at you, I'm a little yellow. So I'm thinking, gosh, this guy, account settings, doesn't even have to wait 90 days. I think Nixie could start in June, which is next week. It's next week. Why do I say that? I think most of these companies have made announcements of what they want to do. June is the last month of the second quarter. It's the last month of the first half of the year. So I think it's a great time to buy Nixie. Railtown is behaving as if the news it's all announced. You can just comb through the press releases. It's behaving as if something's up. Railtown was 22 cents a week ago. 22 cents. It's now 34 cents. And you might say, well, that's too expensive, which if you're looking at a choice between Nixie and Railtown, that's a good point. Nixie isn't up, and it's good to buy things when they're flat. No one's paying attention because that first move is your easiest profit. But alternatively, in the case of Railtown, the fact that it's moving with such strength, it's still below. I think it's still below what I paid for it. I think I paid 38 cents. It's the same story. I think you're able to get in to Railtown cheaper than I did, and you don't have very long to wait. We don't know that for a fact. I mean, that's the risk. It could take a lot longer than what I'm projecting. But I think both stocks, unfortunately for me, because I was hoping Nixie would go first and then I could add to Rail, and then I wanted to come do something with Finger and GBUX. I was more interested in GBUX a month ago. It bothers me that they didn't get that deal done, and so I think there's a huge dollop of risk in GBUX. And if I own GBUX now, I already told you what I did. I sold GBUX right around this price. I think maybe 240, 250. And I bought Nixie higher than it is now. If I own GBUX right now, I'd sell it. Just to keep it simple, I'd sell half and buy Nixie. I might sell it all and buy Nixie and Railtown. I think, sorry for the long answer, account settings, but I think if you own Railtown, you're going to be as happy as a pig in cow manure or pig manure or happy as a pig in shit. What if you don't have a ton? 1,500 finger made like 3K, but was in it for 50K. Well, okay, let's go with that. C Rider. Your target is 50,000, and you've already given up a little bit of the profit in the short run in Finger, which is fine. I like your question. Let's explore all angles of it. Now Finger is 363, so it's melting like the Wicked Witch of the West. I'm melting, but it's not. There's no acceleration, so there's no reason to panic, and it could have a little bit of a bounce. But here, so you have 1,500 Finger, and again, this isn't advice. But I don't know your whole account. Let's just assume that's your entire account. It's certainly all you're asking me about. 1,500 times $3.60. Oddly, that equals 5,400. So if your goal is 50,000 and you're willing to go against the crowd, and I tell you, here's what you'd be giving up. You're giving up that finger could squeeze. You're giving up that everybody's in finger. And there could be, I think there's going to be good news in finger. I think finger is going to be, let me put it this way, Cece. The only thing that would disappoint me about finger is if they don't raise money. That's counterintuitive. But if they go through Roth capital, I think the price will be haircut from, I don't know. I don't know where it'll be. $3.25, $3. But if they raise a chunk of money through Roth, I think finger becomes a powerhouse potentially, because what it means is that C2 contract is not only viable, but it's essentially paid for, and you get into that self financing over the next 5 or 7 years of this gigantic contract. If it turns out that's what it is, we got to see the annual report. But you know what? I think you have time to get back into finger. Now I sound like Lou. I can't believe you're bringing up a dead man. All right. I think Lou wouldn't mind if I pointed out that his advice to get out, move over, and come back in, it's not bad advice for part of a position. But you know what? Oddly, CC, don't get mad at me for saying this, but you could do the exact same thing I just talked to about with account settings. And it'll be, the problem is your finger is probably long-term gains now. But I think, I hate saying it because you'd be all out of finger for about 4 weeks, give or take. But if I were in your shoes, I would have to just take a deep breath and say, I'm going to be out of my favorite stock for 5 or 6 weeks. But I'd buy 1,000 Nixie. It could go to $10. It can go to $12. But here, this could also only go to $6. But anyway, Nixie, I think, could start trading up as soon as next week, the following week. What I would do is if Nixie were to go to 10, or were to go to 8, or were to go to 6, or were to go to 12, depending on where Railtown was priced, I'd sell Nixie and add to my Railtown position at 50 cents, 60 cents. I don't know where it'll be. But if Railtown is already moved, well, then I would you could take that money, leave it in cash, or you could go back to finger. And that's like what Lou recommended. And I don't have a problem with that recommendation that Lou had. And I'd buy 10,000 Railtown. I think it could go to $3.50 once it's revalued, but it could go to $4. It could go to $5. So Railtown, oddly enough, could get you to your Railtown could get you to your $50,000 target. And you would say, well, why wouldn't I just do all Railtown? And it's a good question, because I think Nixie might give you a chance. Right now, you could have 1,000 at $1.90, but what if Nixie went to, I don't know, $5 next week. You know, these are not promises, these are predictions. But if it went to $5 next week, you'd have I'm so slow. You'd have 25 grand there, and you could come down and buy 50 or 60,000, or maybe only 40,000 more Railtown. And then you'd have a big position of Railtown, and this number might not be, it might not go to 4. Well, let's just do the arithmetic. If Nixie went to $5 next week, you would have Nixie right now is, yeah, okay. Instead of 10 grand, you'd have 5 grand. That's what's confusing me. All right, so you would then take that 5 grand and you would just buy Railtown for, let's say, 50 cents. Let's say by then it's 50 cents. So you would swap out your Nixie at $5 and you'd buy another 10,000 Railtown at, let's say, 50 cents, I'm guessing. And let's say Railtown goes to 325. Let's say Railtown goes to 350 because that's my original target. And you would now have 20,000 shares of Railtown, and it's gone to 350. You know, let's say by July 4th, you got 70 grand. Now you could come back, and maybe I'm wrong that sorry, I just had to respond to that. Maybe I'm wrong and Finger rallies from here and doesn't just go sideways to down. So maybe you have to buy back in at Finger at, let's say $7. Well, you've got 70 grand. You could buy 10,000 shares of Finger if you wanted to be in it. Or you could just cash your money and go buy at least one monster box of silver, and then let's see if we can find some mining shares to buy. Anyway, CC, did that make any sense, CC? I don't know. All right, here we go. Shadow call. Nixie, simple math. If they do 10 million a month, that's 100 million. If you do it at 5x, that's 500 million. That's 10x from here. I agree that that's entirely what could happen with Nixie. To put it another way, I think everybody who owns Nixie is going to face a choice within about 2 weeks to 6 weeks. But I'm going to go with June. So I'm going to go with the front end of June as when we start hearing things. But it could take longer. If Nixie goes to 10, personally, I think it could go to 25. It could go to 30. But it might not, and maybe you're sitting there at 10, it pulls back to 8, and you're going, darn it, what do I do? Well, we have a choice then. We're going to say, I'm going to hold, because I've heard projections from many different people, no one source, that Nixie could be a $25 stock by the end of the year. Well, since my goal is to own Railtown primarily, I think if it goes to 10 or 6 or 20 soon, whatever the volume gives me, I might be tempted to go to Railtown first. But it depends on the price of Railtown, doesn't it? And then Railtown, even though I'm telling you, I think it goes to 350, it might be by the time the news comes out, they're telling us to stay in it for a year because it's going to go to 35. I don't know. So it's a lot of decisions to be made. But for CC, I think Finger has done a tremendous move, incredible move to go from $1 to $5. It's pulled back a bit. That's normal. That's fine. Does that set up a short squeeze? Very possibly. Very possibly. But I'm answering CC's question, and I'm not saying anything negative about Finger, but my gut reaction is that's a nice move for Finger. And in fact, it's such a good move for Finger that if Finger raises money, which is what I think they're going to do, I don't think Finger's ever going to see $1 again. Unless an asteroid hits the Earth or something, or Ryan Cohen buys all the Bitcoin that's left. But Shadow, going to your point, what I saw in the news for Nixie was they were doing, they announced 1.5 million. I'm just going by what was announced. And in the first week of May, they had already done 800,000 in revenue. So if you take 800,000 times 4, that's 3,200,000 a month. And remember, 4 months have an extra week. So that's 3,200,000. Let's just call it 3 million a month. Let's just call it 3 million a month in revenue. We know Nixie is profitable. So unless they've onboarded, is the word is now, unless they've brought on board a lot of expenses, we know they're running a company which is profitable. We know that the revenues so far from Nixie are very similar so far to the revenues from Finger. Low margin, 8%, 10%. We therefore can compare. The only weakness in my comparison is I'm looking backwards on Finger's revenues and I'm looking forward on Nixie's revenues. However, we have pretty good guidance there. So if they're both 35 million a year and they're both kind of low margin revenue so far, and they both have upside, as you correctly point out. Nixie has all this upside in revenue, and Finger has all this powerful potential in the C2 contract and other things. Let's just ignore those and just compare them. For Nixie to be equivalent to Finger as it stands, that's 5x. Or you could say Finger's going to come back a bit, and therefore Nixie's not going to go above that way. That might be 4x. But that's why I think Nixie's quite intriguing, because as the story becomes clear, And that's where the risk is. That's where the risk is. That's where the assumptions are. I'm assuming they're going to be able to execute what they've already announced, and they're going to do that soon. That's always the risk. That's why the stock's trading at 190. But if you assume they get that done, which I do, I looking at the chart, I think it's a $6 chart immediately. What do I mean by that? Days, weeks. Nobody knows, but I don't see a lot of resistance after 250 in Nixie. And if it gets through 6.25, 650, I think it can go to 10 or 12 fairly easily. But if it breaks 10, I don't see why it can't go to the low 20s. That's on my quick memory of the chart. But charts, schmarts, right? So I like your numbers on Nixie. Is the cost to borrow numbers percentage legit or more bullshit? I think it's legit. I think it's legit. I think Wall Street has a lot of honest people, and there are procedures or systems in place, and the cheating, I think, is just, a scrum of men and their attorneys, maybe 2 or 3 or 4 scrums of men, but it's not a lot of people. So if you're Fidelity and you were caught out and fingered the last time, you're kind of aware and you might put out a high borrow number. But that's one explanation. The other explanation is that if I hate this word, if you're levered up as a firm and you've lent out, Fidelity knows the pool of finger stock they have at the DTCC. 1 million shares? And I'm making it up. If they've lent out, hypothecated, allowed clients to buy in their accounts without delivery, let's say a total of another 1.5 million shares. So there's 2.5 million shares in their accounts, but they only have 1 million shares at DTCC. Of course, they have some derivatives hedging, and they've done their analysis with the attorneys of when stock might be coming in against warrants, and all another world of risk analysis. But ultimately, it's a gamble. Ultimately, it's a bet on the people involved. Fidelity could raise the cost to borrow because they're uncomfortable now going to, let's say, from 1.5 million extra lent out. They're uncomfortable going to 2.5. They are willing to do it, but they're going to charge more money. And that money, that profit they make adds up very quickly, because you and I are focused on finger, but Fidelity might have 1,000 of these stocks they're aiding and abetting in the complete slaughter of the market cap. And this is how Donald Trump wants to take on the world, is with, I guess, with the big boys. But I think he should look at the engine of a lot of small campfires rather than one roaring furnace out of BlackRock. I think, 1,000 campfires, 1,000 points of light, 1,000 points of light might be a better way to go. Oh, he was live. I didn't know that. So if people went to not legal advice, that's fine with me. I did not know he was live, Greg, and I didn't mean to go against him, but I don't believe there's any money to be made in GTII at all. I think it's a complete wipeout. There may be a chance to seed provide seed capital or an angel round of capital to a new company that uses the shell of GTII. But I personally think, other than learning, other than finding out how we can put it to the man, if I'm going to spend my time, like I just showed CC a method. I mean, it's risky, but I showed her a method. She wants to make 50 grand. I just showed her how she can do it. Maybe it only goes to 30 grand. Maybe it goes to 80 grand. But I tried to give sort of a down the middle target without squeezes, by the way, without squeezes, in 2 stocks that are primed to go. And I gave her 2 because if there's a delay or if there's a disappointment, you know, I wouldn't call it diversification because they're all speculative stocks, but I would call it, you know, having 2 eggs in the basket. I mean, no, that's the wrong analogy. Having 2 baskets to carry 2 eggs instead of having 2 eggs in one basket, whatever. I can't make it make sense. I agree with Mike here. Do not sleep on the GBUX record date. I agree with that. I still, it's all risk reward, and it's ultimately it comes down to your own gut instinct because it's your money. You're going to have to live with it. And the thing about GBUX is if they do get the deal done and it's not particularly dilutive and they can create cash flow, that stock could, here's an assumption. I don't think that the Boca Raton shorts have had enough time to get out of trouble. They might have, but I don't think they have. So GBUX oddly could be the one stock which could HOLO. It might be able to J-Lo. That's one nasty, ugh. She was in all those Puff Daddy freak-offs, and then she's locking lips at the music awards, and I don't know, that's a lot of body fluids. I don't know. It's not riskless, let me put it that way. It's not riskless. Just wait till the naked shorts need to cover. Yeah, I think that's right. Mike points out the reward in GBUX, and I agree, that could be there. I think the risk is, though, if the deal doesn't get done, which I think is a risk, I mean, nobody knows. I think GBUX can go to 50 cents. If there's some sort of delay in Nixie, I don't know, maybe it goes down 10 or 15 cents. Maybe it goes to 170. If there's some sort of delay in Railtown, we already saw one day it went down to 22 cents on the bid. That's probably the maximum of your risk. I don't even see that in Railtown. So yeah, it's all risk reward and probability. And I have no problem with people placing bets on GBUX. But if they don't get the deal done by, is it June 12th, that Thursday? What do? Extend the dividend again? I don't know, Mike. I'll just restate it. The proposed deal, a memorandum of understanding, which the SEC requires to be announced, the criminals with the computers pick up MOU and they start selling. They just start selling non-existent shares. And so they've gotten the market cap now down to, just for simplicity, they've gotten the market cap down to the amount of the investment. It's a little bit more, but just to keep it simple. The guy wants to put 212 million in. The market cap's essentially 212. I know it's a little more. So it's basically it's 100%. He shouldn't be getting 30% of the company. He should be getting 100%. Now, if you argue there should be a premium, okay, so maybe he should be getting 75%. I bet he's coming in and saying, I'll do it for 75%. But then the company's saying, no, we're not. We're lining it up. We're arranging so it's not dilutive. We're giving you the market in the Middle East. We're giving you a sweetheart revenue deal, and we have it all lined up for you. We've put it together. We're not willing to go lower than the company, keep 60%, we'll give you 40%. And maybe the guy's saying, well, 40% is not good enough. I'm putting up 212, 40% times 220, it's 65 million to get 40%. Why am I over? This is what the criminals want. This is what the criminals do over and over and over and over again. The market is unfair. It's rigged. It's lined up for the handful of hedge funds and broker dealers who cheat. And that includes BlackRock. That includes Steve Cohen. That includes Ken Griffin, in my judgment. It includes Goldman Sachs. But no one cares. No one cares. Anyway, I feel more confident, Mike, in Nixie. My order of confidence goes Railtown first, Nixie second, but I think Nixie could happen first. My level of confidence in Finger is very high now as an ongoing company. But I think, sorry to say it to everybody, I think there's at least a 60% odds that Roth Capital calls up the board of Finger and says, we can give you $30 million at $3. Who would turn that down? It's not bad, by the way. It's not bad. It just interrupts the momentum of a potential squeeze, but it creates one of my dad's favorite words, a behemoth. But of course, he used that word. My mother would get upset. Behemoth. Dad would apparently. I didn't know him. My brother Peter said he would do it, looking out the window at large people. He'd say. But I know in Moscow, when we would drive around, he would point out the babushkas, who were at that time quite large, particularly when they wore a fur coat. And my mother didn't cotton to that. And my mother's probably right. Anyway, I would put Finger in third place for confidence, and I would put GBUX in fourth place if those are my four, and I would put ZJYL and GDC down there. In terms of upside, what would my order? Let me define that differently. In terms of upside over the next 90 days, what would my order of priority be? That's a tricky one. I would have to put in the extremely high, unrisked. See, I haven't risked this. Normally what I do, Mike, I would draw my projections and then I'd risk them. For example, GBUX could be the stock that does a holo, but I'd risk it. So I'd say, all right, GBUX could go to 150, but what do I think the odds are? And I'd risk it. I'd say 10% odds, maybe 20% odds. I'll go with 15%. So I would write 2250 as my target on GBUX. It could go higher, but I'm risking it. Do you see what I'm saying? So risking it, I think I'd put Railtown first for the upside potential. GBUX second, but man, risky, pisky. Nixie third, and I'd have more confidence in Nixie giving a 5x, but does it give a 10x or 15x? It could, but so you just have to risk it. And then I would say finger for upside, I think it's going to be the laggard over 90 days. So I'm going to piss people off, but that doesn't mean finger couldn't go to $4, $5, $6 in that time frame. And it doesn't mean finger isn't a great stock to accumulate. Some point, finger's going to get very expensive for the system to carry. I trust Ham's eyeballing it and using Tom Ronk and all that over the last 3 years more than I trust, for example, the gentleman from the American Stock Exchange telling me there's systems in place. But I do acknowledge that just like with GME and AMC, the criminals have had plenty of time to move those shares. Look what they did to GTII. They had plenty of time to corrupt the so-called systems in place. And then everybody they turn on Ham or they turn on other people, or in my case, I turn on a dead man, instead of turning on the criminals. Anyway, let's move on. I would sell half finger and buy GBUX and NIXX. Yeah, that perfectly sound strategy, Mike. Perfectly sound strategy. And what I like about what you're recommending is the idea of turning a 1-stock bet into a 3-stock bet. And then who knows which one goes first, right? And then you can sell some and go back in the other. It's all about making money. It's not about making money per se in finger or per se in GME, you know. Options expire Friday? Wow. I thought it was next. What did I think? I thought it was 4 more Fridays from now. Let me look. I thought it was the 20th. I don't know. I feel bad for you selling GBUX. Yeah, Mike, you might be right, and I acknowledge that. And if Nixie went up next week and GBUX still hasn't, you might find that I tell you that I bought back GBUX, Mike. I totally recognize that I might miss out on a short squeeze. Of all the stories out there, even though it's really high risk, the one that I think has such a short time from when the shorts reportedly, I can't prove it, from Boca Raton got in trouble to now, it's a short window. That to me means that GBUX could be the one that squeezes. But you know what? It'll always be that way. I won't be in the one that squeezes. But Mike, I'm in a little different position than you or many of you. I don't have an account. I mean, I have a very small residual left. And if I miss out on what I think are the trades in particularly Railtown, but Nixie as well, I can, my account won't be big, but I can take this puny seed capital and I can turn it into, something that I can actually maybe buy 5 stocks with. It's in my IRA, so I won't be able to buy physical silver unless I figure out how to move the account. But, and I have a tiny bit, tiny. Rhode Island could kick its ass in a war. Anyway, we'll see how it goes. But Mike, I agree with you. I am naked when it comes to GBUX, and I decided to accept that risk. But sometimes, yeah, you can't be in everything. And we'll see. I really want people in GBUX to get rich. All right, let's see what Finger's doing. Well, it's down to the 200-day moving average. I think it's 200-day. I can't remember, but it's down to the moving average. It might be the 20-day. I'm not looking at it right now. But it's down to the support, the predictable support on any computer trading. So it's good that it's holding there, which could be very bullish. It could be very bullish. Because you need, when something goes up so strongly, you need the pullback to digest before it can go again. And then the question is, how long does it take before it goes again? And, June 20. So Benjamin, I was thinking about your question. I think I made it very complicated yesterday, but I think I would consider at least selling half and putting it elsewhere. But I've gone through enough examples here. I don't have to do it again. I know busy brands. I don't know, but I don't know. I haven't talked to him in a while, but Busy is one of the menches. He's one of the ones you can trust. And he's one of the guys who truly has everybody's back. And, I don't think he has a larcenous bone in his body. And he also You know, it's about you, not about him. He's a very good man. I miss Lucky. And I personally think Paul Atkins is a wolf in sheep's clothing. I don't think he's going to do anything. I don't think there'll be a resolution of MMTLP in 4 figures. But I don't know what you're talking about. There's at least 2 methods of resolution. There might be 3 or 4 or some combo. But I think if you expect the brokerage firms or the regulatory bodies, including Congress, to force a resolution, maybe they'll settle it for $1 a share or a lifetime subscription to level 2 quoting. But I don't see it. I don't think it's going to happen. I think the bad guys won. People didn't move their shares, so that left Greg McCabe without anything to negotiate with. But people were listening to the forked tongues on Twitter. So we made our bed, we'll lie in it. And because of that, 3 years have gone by. So any argument before a regulator or a congressional committee is going to have a lineup of attorneys from Baker Hostetler or Lyman Green and Schmo, whoever, coming in and saying that there's no value in MMT, well, and there isn't. MMTLP is worthless, but there's no value in NextBridge, they're going to say. And the good guys are going to say, well, yes, there is. This happened, and it's going to be, whoever's listening is going to say that's all speculative. Over the last 3 years, everybody had a chance to move their MMTLP to NextBridge, and they didn't. And NextBridge is worthless, or it's worth $2 a share or $1. Dreams. And it's in the middle of fighting. I don't see a settlement coming for MMTLP. They won. Now, the other side of it is the legal, and that's both legal and that's regulatory. So if you're talking about catching out a Fidelity or a FINRA or a Ameritrade or a TradeStation, etc. in securities fraud, that's a different story. And then I think you'll see a protracted discovery period, protracted back and forth. They'll hope that Ann Wagner is dead before they ever get to her committee. I'm talking 8 years, 10 years. Asbestos, tobacco, the one that gave Muhammad Ali the shakes, that that pesticide, I forget the name of it, DDT. You know, those kind of legal 10 years, 15 years can go by. But Wes Christian, or at least his partners, will become billionaires. We'll get a part of it, but you know, we're likely to be left with a third, maybe, of the total payouts. It still could be really big, but it's all going to happen 10 years from now, 8 years from now. So the best way to make money, unfortunately, nobody's listening in total. So Greg McCabe still has the Achilles heel that he doesn't know who his shareholders are. He goes into Congress, he can't say there's counterfeit shares because they say, how do you know? He says, well, how do you know? As far as we can tell, you haven't even filled up all your shares. So how do you know? That's what the forked tongues, that was their goal. So everyone says, oh, we don't know. There's going to be a settlement. Just hold on. They owe it to us. I'm going to sit here like a victim. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to go waste time on space calls. I'm going to make fun of William on Christmas Day, even though I know he's Christian and I'm Jewish. I'm going to make fun of him. But it's okay for me because I'm Jewish. I can make fun of somebody else's to his face on the most holy day of the year, and that's all right. But if he says one word and points out I'm Jewish, he is as close to Hitler as there exists. Screw these people. Screw these people. But you want to listen to them? You want to listen to them. Listen to them. But you emasculate Greg McCabe. Totally emasculate him. Greg, if he had his full suite of 165 million shares placed, I think he would have already raised money. I think he could stay private. But it's all confusion. And remember, FINRA, the liars, FINRA wants to move that big blob of radioactive sub rosa material, just like the huge blob of radioactive material that's going to make its way down whatever the river is called into Seattle, Washington, because nobody in Congress is doing anything. They knew about it 30 years ago when they could have done something. But instead, we had to go bomb the crap out of brown-skinned boys and girls. I don't know, where are our priorities? Where are our priorities? It'd be one thing if our civilization went down. That'd be the cycles of history. But when our civilization goes down, like I just described on the West Coast, or Fukushima Daiichi, or South Carolina, the radioactive waste could be there for millions of years. We'll take down all species with us. And then the planet will keep spinning and spinning. And it won't be climate change. It won't be human induced. It's just the eons of the universe. And we'll be gone. The deer will be gone. The dogs will be gone. The rats will be gone. And maybe in 10 billion years, something else will come back. We're all screwed up. We're all about money, getting laid, drugs. It's all going to come down. It's all going to come down. It's all meaningless. It's all meaningless. it's all trying to fill the hole that I think many of us have in our heart. Fill the fear we have of dying, trying to avoid the answer to the questions, why are we here? Anyway, I don't know why I got off track. I don't think MMTLP is going to have a resolution at all. Maybe there'll be a policy change and a nice letter with a little ticket that buys you 10 years of an IRA for free. But I think it'll be more fruitful in the securities fraud area and the ultimate discovery period that'll go on and on and on. So you'll have lawyers from Harvard on one side, lawyers from Harvard on the other side, lawyers who work for the SEC on one side, the same lawyers who work for Goldman Sachs also on the other side. It's all incestuous. And they'll come to a settlement. They'll come to a settlement. I don't think it'll be huge. It'll make the lawyers rich. The lawyers will go to their clubs, drive their cars, divorce their wife and marry their legislative aide, have a second family. The female lawyers will buy another house, try it with a younger man. It doesn't work out, end up being alone but successful, maybe buying some horses and some dogs and cats. And life goes on. You and I will be much older. And if we just are hoping for a settlement to change our financial world, I think we're going to miss out on the fact, Richard. I lost my little thing. I wrote it down on, but I'll just use the Dow as a target. I don't remember my other targets, but I think the market indices between now and August, between now and September, between now and October, between now and January, some time frame like this, I think you're already seeing signs of it. Goldman Sachs and other brokerage firms are giving up on the short side, and people are starting to go long. I think the Dow could go to 65,000. But to be clear, if it goes to 60,000, if it goes to 55,000, I'm going to say, all right, that was the move. But after that, Richard, I think the stock markets are going to correct 85, 90, 95%. Certainly when you measure it in gold or some fixed asset, they'll go down that much. But I think they'll do it maybe nominal in dollar terms too. Oh, that can't happen. Oh, you just wait. You just wait till this unredeemed, uncorrected, unexamined system that shorts everything down to nothing. Wait till they start shorting when the market goes south. You'll never have seen anything like it in your life. Fortunes will evaporate. Banks will go down. Houses will go down. People will lose everything. People are not ready for what's coming because it can't happen in the United States. It's going to happen. Now, I think, you know, what's tricky is how do the dead cat bounces occur? And what's weird so far is this economy, this market seems to be tracking what happened during the Great Depression. And unfortunately, it looks set up to make Trump Hoover and make AOC FDR. It looks that way to me. I hope not. I hope Trump comes out as FDR. But if it follows history, it's not going to be good over the next, well, it's going to be very good for maybe 3 months to 9 months. And then I really think you're going to have 18 months to 24 months of absolute hell. Absolute hell. And the panic is going to be unfathomable. And what I hope, I don't know, if I help 5 people, I'll help 5 people. I don't even know if I can help myself. But until I can help myself, what I can do is try to help others. And I haven't written a book. I don't have a newsletter to sell. I don't even ask for any of the things YouTubers ask for. So why am I doing it? I have no reason on earth. That's the key. I have no reason on earth. But I think I have a reason upstairs. I think. Do any of you, how does that work? Do you just say, UPI? This is Martha. So I think after the markets make extraordinarily highs, which this is something I've been looking out for years, and it's based on, in my miniature understanding of his history. There's plenty of people out there that know more about history. In the Weimar Republic, the stock market skyrocketed. And I think that's what's going to happen here. But then it comes down, and it'll come down like Jim and Tammy Faye Baker's Bible study. It'll come down. It'll be overnight. So then the question is, how does it come out of that? And the depression, the market actually came back out. And I think by 33, maybe sooner, I want to get a book on that. I haven't been able to find one. The market came back and did rather well. And then it went down for 2 or 3 generations. And I think that could be the way it goes. And what I do expect, though, Richard, is that the Fed still has enough credibility somehow, and the United States still has enough credibility somehow, that I think the Fed will lead the a QE. It won't be queen. It'll be king. KE. It'll be quantitative easing that you've never seen before. And I think collectively, the central banks around the world could expand their balance sheet to 50 trillion, and the federal government might issue 50 trillion new money and new debt. I just think you're going to see modern monetary theory press. Stephanie Kelton is going to get her wish. I think you'll see $100 trillion of so-called money just pushed out there. And I think people will accept it. One more time. But if you stay stuck in the dollar-based concept and, I can't, that house that hasn't come on the market for 40 years and is now for sale, and the price is too high in dollars, but if someone buys it, it won't be on the market again for 30 years. Well, maybe you buy it, because dollars are going to be irrelevant for a while. It's going to be hard assets. Now, the house may go down in dollar terms for a few years, but once this all starts filtering through, the dollars are meaningless. It could be $100 million to buy that house, but the asset will be real. It'll stand, and it's a place to be, and it's relatively better than anybody else's in the neighborhood. So this period of time, I guess what I'm trying to say is time to trade. Time, in my opinion, to build gold and silver positions. And I'm hopeful that we together can build mining positions from the top tier down to the smaller ones. And we can do it in oil and gas, and maybe we can do it in other resources. And I think each of us can become our own central bank. We can become the pillar of financial security for ourselves, our family, and our friends, and maybe for more. But we cannot continue to think the way we have thought for most of our lives. And with MMTLP, if we want to just bury our thinking and we're going to wait for that, that means we're tying ourselves to that system. And brother, that system is going down. That's how I see it. Okay, Jean Doe, tomorrow Finger News. Good news for all in Finger. I've heard this, and I want to give everyone a caution on that. In other words, caution against my sort of ho-hum. That's the wrong word, but I'm, clearly I'm being kind of in the let's see category maybe. But I agree with John. We've been hearing rumors. We've been hearing for a while that something good is coming, and it's possible. It's possible. Look, if Finger raises money, however it does it, I think that's good news. If Finger can fund the C2 contract, I think that's fantastic news. I think if Finger gets a JV partner, you got a whole different ball game. So these things can happen. But I don't have any evidence of any of that yet. So I think we, as I've said for months now, I think we need to see the annual report. We have to see the management's discussion. And maybe that follows on that then the company can make other announcements. And I agree with you, John Doe. If there's a MMTLP settlement, I don't think there's going to be one. But I don't know what you mean. If it's through the legal system, I think it'll be a huge settlement out of the banks. But if you're listening to me, I can't get it across. I don't think Wall Street's going to exist as it currently exists. I think the guys that run BlackRock, the guys that run State Street, the guys that run Goldman Sachs, they're going to all hightail it with Lauren Sanchez, and they're going to be on a yacht in the Mediterranean. As soon as the United States has problems, they're going to put the Chinese flag on the top of their bank or the Singaporean flag. They're going to go where the money is, where the economy is. With their Chiquita. And we're going to be we're going to be taxed for the losses. But my point is, Richard, no, but where's the settlement going to come from? Where's the money going to come from? The taxpayer? Is it going to come from the banks? Is it going to be a cash settlement that's next to worthless no matter what the zeros are? I'm telling you, we got fleeced by MMTLP. There is not going to be any justice. Where I think you can make money, though, Richard, and I don't think it's a bleak story. If you go take your NextBridge shares, Greg McCabe is a young man, and he passed his colonoscopy with flying colors. At least that's my memory when I spoke to him last year. So he's in good health. And he's been an oil man since the teenage years, I think. And he sees deal flow. And one thing that's going to separate you from the great unwashed is owning a piece of a tremendous oil and gas company. Well, I can't do anything about people not shifting their shares. They're going to find out that they were lied to and that there's no responsibility on the part of the broker-dealer to do anything for people who were stupid enough to listen to the liars on space calls. I mean, at first they weren't stupid, but eventually, I don't know what else to call it but stupidity. There's not going to be a settlement for MMTLP. All right, we got half an hour. Earnings is tomorrow night, according to Ham. I don't have the money to move to NextBridge. Why? Oh, for the $100? Well, call them up. Tell them you don't have the money. And they may pay for it. I'm trying to think how I could pay for your FedEx. You don't have to use FedEx, though. You could use the mail. But anyway, one of these stocks will probably move fairly soon, so you'll have the $100. Get another puppy. I would love a puppy. J.D. Vance just said tennis gone to 4. every single official, like Gary Bennett, tennis, just said tennis. Trump is going to fire every single official like Gary Gensler. That'd be awesome. But I don't know what you wrote. Paul has been creating more fraud to take. I agree. I don't think he's on our side. I am at Fidelity. I moved all my shares to AST and never got charged. Yes, you can move your shares, particularly if you say you know what's going on and you won't be charged. You might be charged for the FedEx, but the first time I moved my shares, I did it in 2 tranches. They didn't charge me anything. They were going to charge me $260. And I said, I think that's too much. It's your mistake. And I asked to talk to, I was always polite. And when they came to do it, they said, we're not going to charge anything. I did have to send a signature, but it turns out, to my memory, I think I could take a picture of that signature and upload it. That's what I did. I didn't have to send a FedEx. So now I have the certificates here. If I want to get them into AST, I'm going to have to pay for a FedEx, and I should do that. But my account is already established at AST. They already have my shares on record there. So I haven't felt the urgency. NIXX should retrace to 180. Well, let's see. I don't necessarily agree, but I don't necessarily think you're wrong. I don't think it's going to go to 180. But it did go to 183 today. 183.5. So you might be right. You might be right. But I wouldn't try, if you're thinking of buying it, I wouldn't try to get the exact low, because we've got Thursday and Friday before it's June. And I really think all of these stocks, all of them, including GBUX, including everything, starts popping, and could the news will start popping in June, and that could show up in the stock prices. Kenyatta. How do I say it? I'm going to get it right. Solomon, I can get. Kenyatta. Kenyatta. How about that? Kenyatta. Well, thank you very much. That's very kind. Very kind. And it means, those words mean more to me than anything, because I just sit here talking and I feel like I'm losing my mind. And then, as you've seen, sometimes I get a little bit on fire, I guess. Hey, Scott, thank you, though, very much. Scott, thank you. GBUX setup is the best short-term play out there. It's not the dividend, it's the 2 weeks after, when they have to scramble and settle. Well, Mike, if my Nixie goes, and again, I just I feel embarrassed talking about it like I'm some big shot. But if it does run, I will sit down. I'll take a purple pad of paper. I went up to Howard University to buy pads of paper, and they came in purple, blue, and pink. I'm like, why? But anyway, it's all right. I'll take a purple pad of paper and pick a peck of peppers. I'll take it, I'll write it down, and I'll say, all right, how many shares of GBUX am I buying? And I'd love to be able to be in there and have it work. But it's all probability, it's all risk reward. And I guess in my case right now, I don't feel like I can take as much risk as I would want. And I think GBUX is high risk. It is, they're all high risk. They're all high risk. But I don't know what to say. If I were to switch now, right now, nothing's happened yet. If I were to switch now, as soon as I switched, Nixie would go to 15. And I'd be going, why did I do that? So it's like answering multiple choice questions on your final exam. You got to stick with your first instinct most of the time. You got to do that most of the time. Commentary and honesty. Well, honestly, I don't see what you see in my commentary. No, that's all right. That's all right. That's okay. We're going to beat you anyway. Don't you just hate Barry's wife? Oh, you're a hedge. What was her name? Gloria? No, it wasn't Gloria. No, it was Gloria. Arthur, I think we're going to have to insist, the family, if you don't marry Susan, we're going to cut you off. Cut me off from what? The family? No, Arthur. From no, Arthur. The money, Arthur. Well, I'm I'm going to marry Gloria. And you hear the door slam. And then he, in fact, didn't leave. And he walks back and he says, well, you know, Susan is quite lovely. Have you ever noticed if the light hits her in a certain way, she's quite lovely. Of course, you can't always count on that light. It makes one laugh. Yeah, what'd you say, finger 354? So it's 359, 360. This 360 level is where I saw, I don't think strong, the strongest support, but maybe first support. And it should bounce around here and maybe it stays at this level. But guys, I'm not saying this. I am not saying this as being right, because obviously I'm also not saying that because I was right, but I said finger looks good down in the 104, 110 range, but I didn't have the money. I am wrong. The only thing matters is making the trade and making the money. But what we can learn from this is when a stock runs and there's premium in the calls, that's a great time to take some premium out of the market. Be more like the criminals. And the other thing is, if we can learn to trade maybe on the margin, maybe not our whole position, maybe 5%, 10%, higher percentages. The whole thing's about making money. We don't have to do it in one stock. But I'm not, there it is, 362. I'm not disagreeing with, let me go back to Jean Doe. Well, anyway, Jean Doe said, good news coming. I can't find it. Where is it? I can't find it. But anyway, do I call Charles Schwab and ask them to transfer my MMTLP? Yes, that's exactly what you do. You call Charles Schwab and you say, Chuck, how's it hanging? And he said, excuse me? He'll say, no, I can't say what he'll say. But anyway, yes. And if you don't have the money, you say to him, look, it's your mistake. You be polite. But, you know, as I read it, it's your, you failed to settle my trade. You failed to deliver shares into my account. And, you know, I don't know how old you are, but you can plead age, you can plead whatever. And maybe it doesn't cost a lot of money. But yes, call Schwab. It'll take probably 4 to 6 weeks to get done. But then it's amazing. You never have to worry about it again. If I agree with this, Brandon, they might still be, in the case of a GTII, that would probably still be high risk back when we did it. But I agree with you. If the SEC enforced the rules, more than that, if they reinstated some rules like the uptick rule, just for low price stocks. You know what Wall Street did? It's so clever. They got rid of the uptick rule. They brought in, you know, algorithmic high frequency trading. They changed the tax laws so that their gains on high frequency trading are paid out as long-term taxable gains for 60% of their gains. They set it all up in their favor. Then they installed the Merrill Lynch rule, and which is basically any stock under $5 approximately is abandoned by Wall Street. So it's like shooting fish in the barrel. If they just changed those rules, I think you'd find, I'd start an investment bank. If the rules were fair and there was an honest exchange for the low price stocks, I'd start in a bank. I'd do one transaction, and then maybe the second I'd call up my brother and say, hey, just follow this. When I die, you can have it. It would be fair trade based on fundamentals. Yeah, I think Finger right now is getting into a fair price right now on fundamentals. But you know, it used to be that you could have a whole industry or just one stock. I mean, take GME. Why don't we talk about GME? Let's see what happened to GME. It's down, and it was down lower. So he bought 4,710 Bitcoin. I don't know what Bitcoin's trading for. I don't care. So he bought 4,710 Bitcoin. They have something like 4 billion in cash. They have a market cap of 15 billion. Trading at 131 times earnings. It's insane. Absolutely insane. It's got a beta. It's great when a company has a good beta. Women like good betas too. They prefer simps, but they like betas. They date alphas, but they marry betas. I can't see the number of shares. I'm too bored to look it up. So they bought of course my computer won't give me this number, 4,710. You know, I was looking, I wanted to tell you about this silver company that I bought. I paid 75 grand for it. That investment, at that time, that was just part of my money. I could have put it all in Bitcoin. And I don't say that looking back like, oh, I coulda, woulda, shoulda. I was studying it. I was seriously for 6 weeks studying it, how to do it. Easily, if my decision had been, I easily could have said, you know what, I'm going to wire that there. But instead, I did this silver company. It's a great company, but they got destroyed by the shorts. So then let's say this is 110,000 a coin. So they paid $500 million for Bitcoin. So let me ask you something. They paid $500 million for the Bitcoin, and the stock's trading at 33. They have $4 billion in cash. I assume they're going to buy more Bitcoin. So Bitcoin, the cash value, even with buying this Bitcoin right here, the cash value per share, roughly, you know, you could net out getting out of the leases and probably come up with a number below $4. You could leave the leases in and dream and get a number 6, 7. But let's just say it's $5 a share, which I think is high because I think you got to get out of those leases. But let's say it's $5 a share in GME. And so you have cash and you have Bitcoin for, I don't know, $4.5 billion. And you have some leases. You got shitty earnings. And the stock's trading at 35, almost. So your idea is, all right, Bitcoin at $5, if he put all his money into Bitcoin, I'm just doing this as an exercise, the $5 would have to go up 6 or 7 times to be equal to the stock price now. It just has to go 6 or 7 times to be equal to the stock price now. Why wouldn't you just buy your Bitcoin yourself? In other words, Bitcoin has to go to 500, 600,000 a coin to make the stock price make any sense. Why wouldn't you just go buy Bitcoin instead of buying GME? But anyway, the reason I bring up GME is that there was a time when stocks could trade ahead of themselves. They could be worth more than they should be, more than fundamentals, because of management, because people bought into the dream. Viper have come to Vosh your Vipers. Viper's up 73 cents. And it's the only stock that's up today on my screen, including Railtown. Railtown is 0.3333. NIXX is 1.88. Finger is 3.6162, which 3.62 is right at that, roughly at that moving average, the support potentially. It's funny how the computers always get it. And then GME is 3120, so it's not 35. But you get my idea. Anyway, it used to be stocks could be overvalued. And you know what companies would do? That's what Cohen should do. Cohen should take his overvalued stock and he should go buy Alamis Gold. He should go buy Contango Oil and Gas. He should go buy Apache Oil and Gas. He should go buy, I don't know, what's a business out there that's undervalued but doing well? Go buy it. With stock. Issue stock. Get revenue. That's what he should be doing. But he's buying Bitcoin. I saw that 93% of all Bitcoin's been mined. And that's interesting. This enthusiasm by the younger generation, but more importantly by the wealth out of the Middle East and Africa, Asia for all things crypto, has slowed down the move into gold and silver and mining stocks. That's what gives us a chance to make some money. Raja, I'm sorry, my eyesight gives me the Hafizul, Raja Hafizul. I love watching your stream. Can you share us about myself? I'm a boring topic. I was born a poor black child. I'm a pretty boring topic, at least to me. I don't know. I'm the eldest of three. My parents married young, and then my mother how did she put it? Just because we were trying to do something different. Anyway, she started a series of behaviors which led to my parents divorced. My mother did remarry, but never had more children. And then my father remarried, and he had 2 children who I love dearly and consider my brother and sister. I'm not sure now that he's dead, I'm not sure they consider me that way anymore, but I do. And I think I was lucky to be born into the families I was on both sides. I said to my sister that everybody in my family was honest. She disagreed. She didn't think my mother was honest all the time, but I think I was lucky in that I stand by it. I think that on both sides of my family, everybody was honest, ethical, smart, thinking, not cheaters, not stealers. It just really fortunate that way. But anyway, I don't want to get too involved in all that, but my mother kept us away from most everything, and my dad, blessedly, when he had a chance to be with us, he would bring us to see our family. And I think Raja, I'm going to guess that your faith might be different than mine, but that doesn't offend me, and I don't mean to offend you. But as I've gotten older, I think I was also lucky to have my father, who almost became a priest, and then he met my mother. Because now in my later years, although it's always been there, but it's been confusing and work and this and that. But I think I was extraordinarily fortunate to have my father as my father. My brother doesn't agree with that. I think my sister agrees, but she also sees some differences, because when he remarried, that changed we were left without a family. And that's how she sees it. And, as I've gotten older, I can see her point. But I also probably was just a little bit older, so I saw it differently. I experienced it differently. But also, as the eldest, unfortunately, Raja, I think I missed out on the latter part of my childhood and most of my teen years, all of my teen years, in the sense of what I see other people live. Why? Because I was, even maybe it wasn't what others asked me to do, although I think they did. I became sort of I don't want to say parent, but I fulfilled a role for my brother and sister, and even my younger brother and sister. I did a lot of babysitting, but I also had to do quite a bit of support for my parents. And anyway, I don't want to go through it. The divorce was hell. There was a lot of pain, and anyway, I think I missed out on youthful I could never live my life carefree. I was never carefree. I think of all places, when I lived in Kuala Lumpur as a boy, I think that was one of the last times that I could, at times, I mean, it was difficult because back then it was very British, and we're American. There's a lot of wealth. But I think that was the last time I could really enjoy life for myself and be fun and be enraptured by life around me. To some extent, when we went to Moscow, that was still true. But I think it was the 60s, the late 60s, early 70s. And as hard as it is to say, my mother insisted on being difficult. I mean, there was some strengths. Tomorrow's her birthday, so I don't want to say anything bad. But anyway, I think my life has been very blessed in many ways, but because of that background, I haven't enjoyed life the way I see others do. On the other hand, I probably wouldn't have it any other way. I was always, a great student, and I loved to study, and I did well. And I did it, I didn't cheat, which cost me at one point. But I also, it's weird, I have a confidence, but I also have an insecurity. I was really lucky in God's gift to me of, for example, women and girlfriends and opportunities. I just screwed them all up. But I've been blessed that way, blessed in friendships, young, old, I made tremendous friends out of the Middle East that I treasure very deeply, and I've made friends out of China that I care about, but a lot of friends in the United States and in the red states, oil and gas, that I'm amazed how good the so-called, flyover country is. And I used to be a very outspoken Democrat, and my friends there, they became friends. Amazing, to a man and a woman. If the conversation got to politics, they might get uncomfortable. But if, since I can't talk about football or golf, I would talk about it. They would hear me out, and they disagree with me, but they respected me. I was still invited to their table, still invited for the weekend or out on their boat. I was treated with complete respect. Here, when my friends found out that I voted for Trump, I had one neighbor set me up. I learned a little bit about her. We're all sitting outside, 8 of us, 10 of us, drinking wine, finishing our dinner, maybe having nice weather, having a great conversation. And she, in front of everybody, said, "Why don't you said something about me voting for Trump." I couldn't believe it that she did that, because I didn't talk. I learned not to. But everybody got up and left the table. Everybody. So I think I was blessed to have friends there as well. My dad, always made sure we went to Mass, and I think he always put that obligation above his accomplishments here on earth. And anyway, I think I was very fortunate with that. But all the uncles and aunts, there's only 2 left. There's only 2 left. If you're young, I would let you know that fact. You will come to an age where all of your family is dead, except maybe a brother or 2. But all those relatives you go see, they'll all be gone. That's where I am. It's kind of odd. I was just so lucky. I think God sent him, but I got this dog recently, 15 years ago. It's just such a blessing. And I don't know. I'm as lost as anybody else. I look back on my life and I feel like I wasted it, or I made wrong decisions, or I could have done that, or etc. I lost my house recently, and that was extraordinarily painful for me. I found out I couldn't rely on friends. I lost my dad at the same time, lost in love, and lost business associates. And a lot of the businesses or the work I did was with people who were frankly dishonest. And so the work I did made them rich and made them be able to afford things. But it's very difficult, and a lot of anger, a lot of hurt, and probably depression too. But my sister, I was at her place one night, and I can't even begin to tell you the screw ups. I think I moved mountains in business and made things happen, raised money, and created wealth. But then I'm not going to talk about it, but just things people did. And it could be that it's just that people aren't that smart or don't see or are caught up in their own issues. I don't know. Or it could be something about how I handled my life. I don't know. But one night I was at my sister's, and I was so angry, again, talking about this, that, and this one guy out of Dartmouth who I worked with at Merrill Lynch, wealthy guy, married a wealthy woman. I think he cheated in business, and I think he would admit that. But he, athlete, somebody I knew pretty well. He I don't know why, but anyway, I don't want to go through all of it, but basically he went around me on the work we did and the introductions and the business. And so years of work, I got no money. And without going, I don't want to get buried back in it. But one night I was sitting with my sister, and I think she was drinking wine. I think I was drinking water by that time. And she said, she just said, "You can't be this angry. You can't get this upset. It's a threat to you." I said, "What?" They did this, he did that. And it's all true. It's all true. But fingers up. It's up 5 cents. But she said, have you thought about your salvation? And I said, "Carol, what? I'm talking about what happened with this property and that property and then this and that and the Lord." She said, "No, I'm asking, have you thought about your salvation?" And I just stopped talking and waited for her to finish her glass of wine. I said, "All right, I'm going to go." But the reason I bring that up, Raja, is she was right. She was right. And I think there was and I'm not a big Bible guy. I'm not a big gospel guy. I'm not a big, what's the word? Proselytizer. I'm not that at all. But since you asked, and since it's what I'm going through, I think the last few years, particularly since God made sure I had my dog, I think it's been about learning that this life here, it's important, and we have to do the best we can. And it overwhelms me sometimes because I think maybe it's how I grew up. Maybe it's how I always was looking for threats and always looking to protect. I don't know, but I see and understand a lot of things, but I can't fix them all. I can't fix them all. But I'm not sure, Raja, that I'm going to. I don't know if I've already screwed up my life. It's very old to start being comfortable being the person that's initiating this conversation. But I think I've gone through these troubles. And by the way, it's not the first time in my life that I've gone through troubles. But I think a lot of it is about, as Lucinda Williams would call it, getting right with God. And there's no way I've done that, but it's just an awareness that a lot of these things, the angers, the regrets, you have to let go of. And I've been trying to do that. And I think my dog taught me how to do a lot of that. But I'm also trying to be open to to what I can learn at this stage in life and what I can give, and it's not 100% easy, but I actually think it's fortunate, Raja. I think it's fortunate that I lost so much when it was based on, some of it anyway, was based on such fraudulent, maybe friendships, but fraudulent networks and competition, and I don't know. It was just I don't know the answers. I'm just open to learn what I'm supposed to learn, and I'm happy with that. And I think it was a blessing in disguise to lose everything. But that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt, and that doesn't mean it's not scary as shit, thinking about how can I do that, how can I do that, and it's lonely. But anyway, there's that. It all comes down to, Rajai, listen, I don't know if you happen to be Muslim or not, but I heard that Denzel Washington is converted to Islam. I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it's true. But I loved listening to an interview once, I don't know, 3 years ago, with Denzel Washington. And he said, I don't have to be first, he said. I don't have to be second. I can be last. I can be in the middle. But he said, I just want to be in that number when the saints go marching in. And I guess, Raj, I want to succeed here and now. I want to do my best here and now. I want to help people. I'd love to still get married. I'd even love to still have children. I'd love to have animals. I'd love to live and maybe live a long life. But, you know, you might be asking for achievements. I've had some. You might be asking for status and all that. To me, none of that really matters anymore. When my dad died, which was hard for me because I didn't take the, you know, the thing that we're all supposed to take. I didn't take it. And he was in hospice, and they cracked down on the rules. And it was pressure from my family too, but I just couldn't. He had an operation. I couldn't go see him. And right at the end, they didn't invite me for the operation either. But so when he died, I wasn't there, and that really bothered me. But my cousin came in, my dad's sister, who they were close all their life, my godmother, and she's dead now, but her eldest came in, and we went to Cafe Milano, my sister, Danny, and myself. And Danny grew up, his father was, I think, Methodist, and my Aunt Nancy's Catholic. And they would go to 2 worship services every Sunday, and they were very, very God-fearing all of their life. And so anyway, Danny has a pretty good sense, and he became a Jesuit. He started his own company. I raised money for him. Very successful, big family. And he is my grandmother's second grandchild. I was the first. And anyway, we're sitting there talking, and I guess I was missing my dad and missing that I hadn't had a chance. Luckily, I had sent him a note, but I don't know. It wasn't perfect how it ended. But Carol's very, very religious, and she's the smartest person I know in the world. And she can tell you why your English is wrong or incorrect. She can also tell you what St. Agnes did. I mean, my sister is just incredibly smart. And doesn't mean she's always right. I always tell her. But we started talking a little bit, as one would, after the funeral. And I said to Danny, and Carol was there, she of course heard it. I said, you know, the one thing that scares me more than anything, and I don't understand, that's the one thing, I'm not claiming to understand, but I said the one thing that scares me is if I die and I'm there, and I guess in my faith it would be Jesus. I don't know. I'm not trying to make a religious contradiction here. But if I'm there and he says to me, I did not know you, and then he throws you away for all eternity, I said, that scares me more than anything. And my father, who was literally going to be a priest until he met my mother, and he never stepped a wrong foot in the Catholic Church except the divorce, and that was hard for him. But he was a wonderfully faithful Catholic. Carol said, you know, That's what your father told me. That's the same thing your father said to me. And Danny said, which I don't even know what it means, but he said, all you need is faith as big as a mustard seed or as small as a mustard seed. Anyway, so Raja, that's kind of where you find me, is I'm trying to, I hope to build something meaningful. I hope to maybe be successful and all that. But I also want to treat the last decades, I hope, or years on this planet respectfully. And I can't claim to know the answer. I'm a little envious of the AA program where they have the 12 steps. I've gone to a few meetings, but it just doesn't click with me. It just doesn't click with me. I haven't had a drink in 5.5 years, which, you know, my sister says I'm not alcoholic. I never was, but I don't know. Last week, I went out during a nice day to read this book, and I sat at an open beer, whatever you call it, dacha it's called, but it's a beer garden. And I had a salad and I think a burger, but I ordered a non-alcoholic beer. But the guys, I said, does it come in a can? He said, no, it comes, I poured the tap. And I said, I can't do that. He said, why? I said, because I can't take the risk you're going to give me. If you're pouring a lot of beers, I can't take the risk you're going to give me an alcoholic beer. I just can't take that risk. And he was very kind. He said, no, I'll go do yours right now. So he just put his menu down, his notebook down, and went and got one beer for me that was non-alcoholic. But I'm envious of the AA program, the 12 steps. I've known people that have gone through it. And I'm also watched my father and my aunt, my other aunt, and other people in my life who basically put, I don't know how to say it, put themselves before God and put God ahead of themselves. And over time, they have such grace and such peace. And anyway, I'd like to achieve that, maybe more than being on the front page of Forbes or getting 10,000 clicks on a YouTube channel. I would much rather go into a dog park and sit with a bunch of dogs than be invited to a fancy dinner with high society. So that's weird. On the other hand, if you can mingle with the powerful, that you can help people too. So I don't know how to finish my answer to you. I regret not having children. And I have other regrets. But I guess I would finish what I'm saying to you. And I've said it before. I've read Graham Hancock and I've listened to his lectures. I'd love to see him in person. But I've read Hancock since his first book. I think it was Fingerprints of the Gods, or the first book I knew of anyway. I think it was in the late 80s. Might have been the early 90s. But I've read almost up until a point. I think he might have written a book recently that I didn't see, one about the Americas. But I pretty much read everything he wrote, and I've listened to a lot of his journey. I really like him, and he talks about the ancient civilizations, the pre-flood civilizations around the world. But he doesn't have the aspect that it's alien. He doesn't see that it had to be alien. He just thinks that we're a civilization with amnesia and we don't remember what came before the floods. And he's fascinating. I mean, his first book was about locating the Ark of the Covenant, which he believes is in Ethiopia. And he makes a compelling case. But then it's the gods are really maybe the previous civilization. Some of maybe they're called the Watchers, maybe they're the Giants, who knows? But they gave their knowledge for the first human settlements that farmed in Sumeria, brick, different things, but we don't know all the answers. But anyway, he summarizes, and he went through a period, I don't know if he still does it, where he took ayahuasca, how do you say that, ayahuasca, down in Brazil and in the jungles, and he describes it thoroughly, and it sounds horrible to me. I'm not a druggie. I've never done drugs. Caffeine, stress, regret, anger, falling in love, those kind of drugs. But I'm not a druggie. Booze too, I drank. But he describes his ayahuasca trips. He did so many. The physical effect sounds terrible. But he points out that when whatever happens, he said it could be a drug trip. But what's weird is so many people see and experience the same thing. So maybe it is some other connection. And the only thing I want to say about that is he talks about this blue, I don't know if it's a goddess maybe, and I don't know if it's a snake even, but it's a blue female presence. If you want to be simplistic, it might be Mother Nature or Mother Earth, but it's this female all-knowing, loving entity. And I guess it challenges you as you take ayahuasca, that you have all these judgments about others and everything, but it really challenges you about your own sins and your own shortcomings, which I don't want to know about, but I guess we all have them. But anyway, she warned him repeatedly, and it's been a long time since I read the book, but she warned him about how we are destroying this planet and how we are threatening the future of this earth that we all live on. And she has tremendous concern for that. And I'll just say two more things about him, and then I'll try to get off the subject of me. In his lectures, he always reminds that we who are here are extraordinarily fortunate to be born on this gorgeous blue planet with the green trees and mostly friendly animals and the calm climate. We are tremendously blessed to be here, and we should acknowledge that and use it and enjoy it. I haven't been that good at that, but I'm trying to be now. And so I'm thankful each day, and I try to be thankful each day for that simple thing. But then he describes this in his one book. He describes these asteroids, these meteors. It's a meteor. I can't remember. I wrote it down because I looked it up a couple days ago. It's something like theodic meteors. Anyway, they come the Earth goes through this stream of meteors every 3,200 years, 3,300 years. And he thinks that's what caused the flood and caused the Earth's water to rise 400 feet. And that, anyway, I told you I'd try to keep it short. But the last book I read by him, it makes me nervous because we are now apparently back in that potential time frame where we could be going through this orbiting set of meteors. And the Tuscaloosa, that meteor that hit in Siberia, might have been one of them. And to my memory, it's June and November, but I don't remember if it's to which side of June, and I don't remember to which side of November that we have to be worried about. But that, for example, is the pleasant thought reading his book put in my head, is that it can all be over very quickly. So I don't know why I brought that up, but that's kind of a negative note to end on. I don't know what else to tell you about me. I don't know. I have a temper sometimes. I don't know if the other aspects of my personality make up for that particular sin. But I've never, as the song goes, I've never intentionally hurt anyone. And I guess I'll finish this little answer to your question by telling you what my father told me one Thanksgiving. As his health, he was getting weaker and weaker, but his mind was sharp as it could be. And his grandchildren running around, and he looked great, and he had a cane. But we were all called for dinner. But he sat me down, and for the second time ever, he said to me, "Bill, all of this is temporary. This is just an anteroom." And he had brought this up to me before at a bar, and at the bar I was like, "No, it's a bar." I didn't know what he meant, but this time I knew what he meant. He said, "This is all an anteroom." And then dinner. Yeah. So he couldn't finish his thought, and as he's standing up, I said, "Dad, let me ask you one thing. How do you get into heaven? How does somebody get into heaven? Because that's what he's talking about. This is all in the anteroom before the hereafter. And I said, how do you get into heaven, Dad? And he looked at me like, what an odd question. Didn't expect that. But he looked at me. He was standing, so he looked down. He put his hand on my arm, and he said, "Well, be kind, and don't cheat." And I'd like to be that. I'd like to simply be that. I'd like to be kind, and I'd like to not cheat. And anyway, I told you about myself. We understand it's small, Arthur. We also understand that you are drunk. Grow up, Arthur. You'll make a fine adult. It's easy for you to say. You don't have 50 pairs of short pants in your closet. 48 years old, CC Ryder, you're young. CC Ryder, you are young. You don't feel it though, right? You are. You're young. You got a whole new career ahead of you, a whole new life ahead of you if you want it. But that's great. 48 is great. Let me think about what that means. You never knew Jimmy Carter. You never knew, of course, you didn't know Nixon or Ford or any of that. You probably didn't know, I don't know. You probably didn't know Bill Clinton. No, it's funny. It's a whole different experience. But then again, Britney Spears. I don't know anything about her except she's a lost soul. The date for the new GBUX dividend is 6.4. And then we're supposed to get dividend on 6.5. Oh, it is 6.4? All right. Let me look it up, David. I swear I looked it up before. Let me look it up. I guess I'll use Yahoo. Ex-dividend is June 5th, David. You're right. So why did I write down the 12th? I spaced out. So David, you're right. It's the 5th, so it's next week. So GBUX could happen. So everything could happen at the same time. It could be Nixie, Railtown, GBUX, Finger, all at the same time. But hey, you pay your ticket, you take your chances. The system is set up to benefit the guys at the top. Well, yes, but it might be more nefarious than that. Might be more nefarious than that. You go down that road, you can suddenly go, So you don't want to go too far, but it's weird, Brandon. I never believed this, but my brothers talked about it for a long time, that there's a lot of Marxism and the feminist movement is Marxist. And I always fought back against that. But I saw what Hillary Clinton said the other day, and the agenda is against the family. And 2 or 3 or 4 of my best friends I've had in my life, maybe more than that, 8, they all had great families. And so maybe it is about breaking us out so we're more easily corralled and maybe killed. That's why I think the system, the financial system, as we are consuming it, is set up for debt. And I think there's going to be a reset, and I think debt is slavery. And just somehow being independent of all those shitheads is what I would wish on everybody. Do I think the stock market is a zero-sum game? No, I don't. It's not a closed system. I think the current market has been bastardized, and I think the big pools of money are BlackRock, State Street. I think there's one more, but these are gigantic pools of money. I was listening to a lecture late at night. I hope that not being able to sleep isn't bad, but anyway, from a guy, I just heard him, so I don't know if he's credible or not. I'll probably listen to him again. But he was making a pretty compelling argument that BlackRock is as powerful or more powerful geopolitically than countries like Saudi Arabia, Iran, China, and that BlackRock is leading American policy in places like the Ukraine and the Middle East, because that's where they're going to make money. They're going to redevelop. That's where the arms sales are. That's where, anyway, and it's a pretty compelling argument. But I think BlackRock exists. The criminals exist. This system exists solely because our debt. When Jimmy Carter left office and Ronald Reagan, CC can't even remember Ronald Reagan. I thought Ronald Reagan was the worst president we had ever had. Not so much that he was a terrible guy, but I think he opened the gates for Newt Gingrich, who I think was just terrible, Newt Gingrich. The only person that has a similar terribleness, in my estimation, as Newt Gingrich is Hillary Clinton. Changed politics forever. But anyway, when Jimmy Carter left office, to my memory, our debt was $800 billion. And he cut spending. And of course, the image the world has is that Jimmy Carter was a terrible president. And, well, there you go again. Well, in fact, Ronald Reagan opened up the floodgates of spending. And it was government spending that jump-started dozens, if not hundreds, of high-tech companies out of California and elsewhere. Government spending. And the debt levels just soared under Reagan. They look tame now. And then we had Bill Clinton. And oddly enough, Bill Clinton got, and of course the Republicans take credit for it, but Bill Clinton got our deficit to zero. And the bond market had a hissy fit because there was so much money being made by bond traders that Bill Clinton said, if there is resurrection, next time I come back on this planet, I want to come back as the bond market. Very powerful, the bond market. So George W. Bush was cheated into his election. I think Al Gore won. I think John Kerry won. So we had 2 terms of a war criminal, in my judgment. Really bad president. He empowered, even his father would not have allowed Cheney, Wolfowitz, and Rumsfeld, and Kagan, and the rest of them to put forth this new American century. But the first thing George W. Bush did when he came into office, he made a massive tax cut. Because we're going to give the people back their money. It's their money, see? So there was a huge deficit created by his tax cuts. And then I believe that what Al-Qaeda did, the headquarters did, was a crime, massive crime. And I think we could have fought it as a crime, military. We could have done it, but instead, George W. Bush launched attacks on countries that had nothing to do. I mean, I guess bin Laden was hiding in Afghanistan, but the people that took the planes, they weren't Afghani. And in fact, they weren't Iraqi. So we started with those 2 countries. And then through Hillary Clinton, we went to Libya. I don't know if we attacked Lebanon. We got Syria. We haven't, I can't remember all 7. Sudan, I think we've gotten into Sudan. I don't know if Oman was on there, but the Saudis have gone after Oman. And anyway, the only country left is Iraq. But George W. Bush soared spending, just soared it. And then came Obama and Helicopter Ben, and it got even worse. And then I guess Trump knows how to spend money, but at least, and borrow, but at least he's trying to get our income side of our balance sheet up and our asset side up. I don't see that happening from the Democrats. And then came Biden. So anyway, it's a long way of telling you or saying to you my belief of what's happening in the market is that trillions of dollars, what we know about is $37 trillion. When Jimmy Carter left office, it was under $1 trillion. So from Ronald Reagan until now, it's $37 trillion. I do not think that the stock market could exist with its criminality and its cheating and its enriching of a handful of men without the government debt of $37 trillion. So no, I don't think it's a zero-sum game. I think it constantly needs the infusion of government spending and Federal Reserve spending to inflate asset prices, to inflate the wealth of these players. And as long as our military can back it up, and as long as we can find other wealth to steal and hypothecate, which is what I think we're trying to do on behalf of BlackRock in Russia, the game will keep going. But no, I don't think it's zero-sum at all. I think there's a huge leak at the bottom of the bathtub, if you want to call the stock market a bathtub. And that leak takes trillions of dollars out of the market into the hands of a handful of men and their wives and their daughters. And they're sort of loyal to the United States, but as soon as we go down, if we go down, and I hope we don't, they'll just move over to Singapore, or China, or New Zealand. They'll just move. They have no loyalty to us. The United States is their best vehicle to wealth. So at the bottom of the bathtub is this giant flow of money going to these men and to the criminals if the bathtub is the stock market. But what keeps the tub full is just massively increasing amounts of federal and Federal Reserve spending. And it's exemplified by Stephanie Kelton's idiotic views that we can all be wealthy, we just print money. It's idiocy. But it's going to work as long as it works. As long as the mass psychosis is out there, it'll work. But when it stops, it'll be over with. But no, I don't think it's a zero-sum game at all. I think it requires extraordinarily large inputs of newly created money, and it requires the backstop of the government so the con game can go on, and it requires our military going out and stealing, basically bombing, taking, and it involves not always. I'm not, just like most of Wall Street's honest. I think that 99.5% of the U.S. military is made up of the finest people in the world, and I've known many of them. But I'm just saying the way the financial system is rigged, and the propaganda and the political and the government, we end up doing the bankers' calling. We lend. Hey, look, China's trying to do it now. China's trying to lend to the African countries, and then they're going to be beholden to China when those debts come due. We've done it forever with American debt. And anyway, I guess I'll stop there. I do not see the stock market as a zero-sum game. GBUX looks fantastic after June 5th. Yeah, Mike and David are pointing out, particularly since I thought we had 2 weeks, we only have 1 week. I'm not buying into crypto. I buy XRP. Well, I like XRP. I'm not against crypto, and I'd like to study it. I have studied it, but I don't understand it all. But I think, Brandon, the opportunity in front of us to create wealth is what I've described: gold and silver, probably platinum and palladium, but it's oil and gas, and it's going to be it's going to be the real stuff. Crypto hasn't survived a crash. We'll see what happens. I'm not against it, though. I'm not against it. Don't forget about the GBUX Gold Charterhouse deal. That's right. That's there. I'll see if I can find it. The headline. GBUX to acquire Charterhouse, launch $50 million gold-backed expansion, which is amazing. So I agree with Mike and David that GBUX has these things they're putting together that can trap the shorts, and it can be gigantic. I would love it if Nixie went first and there's time for me to buy a little bit of GBUX. But I've already said enough about the risk reward. But yes, is all I can say is yes. David, I agree, Mike. They were going to drive GBUX down when they knew the dates for the dividend. That's right. David, I like how you're thinking. I like how you're thinking. That's right. I don't know if I'm a good guy, Mark. Your dog's a good dog. I don't know. I don't feel that way about myself. But just because I don't feel that way doesn't mean I can't try, right? I can't explore it, right? It's hard to describe. But I find being human not all that, it's not all that easy being human. But on the other hand, I'd like to do it for a good while longer. My wife has lost all of her family. She's only 51. One brother left out of 3. Wow. Well, luckily she has you and she has her daughter and Sharif. But that's tough. That's tough. A lot of people that came out of the Holocaust, their parents came out with nobody. And it's a chilling thought. I listened to a guy 2 nights ago, very well spoken. I think he was a doctor, but he may have just been helping doctors, Palestinian. In the last, since October 7th, either 61 or 69 of his family members have been killed. Over 60 of his family members have been killed. I showed you from, I think it was an Israeli newspaper. I could be wrong. It might have been another Middle Eastern newspaper. But I showed it to you a couple months ago. I don't want to go find it right now, but an entire family from baby all the way to great, great, great uncles and grandparents. The entire family, all memories, all homes, everything was killed by the Israelis. It's tough to lose your family. I don't know what to say. I'm sorry your wife lost everybody. But she has you and she has her kids and her dog, and that's a blessing. Bringing tears to your eyes. I didn't mean that. Please get another doggy. How many years do you have left? I don't know. When I was younger, a doctor told me that I was never going to have a problem with my heart or anything like that. I'd live a long time. But then he retired, and his nurse de camp has me on all this medication. I'm like, did something change? I guess things change. I don't know. I guess tomorrow's not promised to anyone. I'll get another dog when I can care for the dog properly. Right now I live alone. And if I had to go on a trip, the dog would be alone. If I were married, or if I were living in a group house, or if I don't know, started a company, took over a company, moved to Arizona, and worked out of the big warehouse-sized office space with showers and bunks in the back. Maybe I would just get a dog and work and live out of there, and have all those sorts of people around to say hi to the dog. But I don't want to bring a dog in to where I'm I suppose if I chose to just, I'm never going to travel again and I'm never going to build something again, I could have a dog and just spend 24 hours with the dog. But I think I need to build a better I don't know, home for the dog than what I have right now. I've screwed up some of my past relationships. Yeah, that's a good point. 45, 9, that's awesome. That's awesome. That's awesome, Mark. And I know you're a good father and a good husband. And most of all, you're a good puppy dog owner. See, I don't know these things. I'll read them, but I don't know the meaning exactly. Whoever claims to live in him must live as Jesus did. Very few of us do that. You got to admit. But thank you. I'll think about that. I'd never heard that before. Yeah, that was. I think it's Lucinda Williams. Although sometimes when I say it's she, it's actually Jillian Welsh. But I think it was Lucinda Williams that wrote that. My first child, 47. Wow. Yeah, I'm older than that now, but I wouldn't mind. I still think, and you did it, I still think it's true if you have children, the best gift you can give to your children is their mother. But I don't know. I look out there in the American landscape of women, and oh God. There's some good ones, though. There are some good ones. I just looked at Finger. It's not going well. Are you a shill? Are you a shill? Let's look at it. Finger is up to now. It's up to 360. Well, now it's 346. 356, sorry, 356. I don't know, South Oracle. It depends on your goals. If you were in Finger for a trade, maybe you're right. But if you're in Finger as an intermediate to longer term hold with the possibility of bigger things happening, I don't know. I've expressed my views pretty clearly, and I've expressed the downside that's possible. I think it's going to be difficult for Finger to, in the short run, outperform 2 or 3 or 4 other stocks in the very short run. But I could be wrong about that. And I think John just said it, that there's good news coming. If there is, I'm going to be wrong about that. But no, I don't think people have to panic out if their goal is longer term. I tend to think, though, we have to start learning that if stocks go up 5x, you don't have to sell at 5x because you don't know if it'll go to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10x. But maybe mentally, if it pulls back a bit, 10%, 20%, 25%, you start thinking, well, is it going to pull back and run through, which is possible in the middle of squeezes. It happens all the time. But I think sometimes you have to look at it and say, well, what's going to bother me more? If Finger motion goes to, I'm just making up wild numbers. If Finger goes to 250 from here, or if it goes to $5, which is going to bother me more? If I sell here and it goes to $5, is that going to piss me off? Or if I don't sell here and it goes to 250, is that going to piss me off? Which result can I not live with? And then you make some decisions at that point. Luckily, we have, I think, 3 stocks, maybe 5, that we can dabble in with a little bit of money, and always, and I say it really respectfully. I think it was Lou's original idea regarding COSM. You can go over there, make some money, and come back, and that's kind of what maybe some people can do with Finger. But I don't think you need to scare people out. We have the same life story, except I'm married. That's very funny. I wouldn't mind being married. Wouldn't mind being married. A few of the names and few of the places. Our story is the same one. I cried. Said I am lost, and can't even say why. I said. They will have Finger pinned under 3 by Friday close. Well, I don't know which Friday. I think it's the 20th. I mean, if I had to pick 3 or 4, if you're saying the options would either pin it at 3 or at 4, I think it's 3 weeks from now. Looking at it right now, you may well be right, but 3 weeks from now is a long time. Or is it 4 weeks from now? 3.5, 3.5 weeks from now. Not alone. You got a lot of us through, but I like we've sent a story. Well, I hope people make money, but I also hope people the shills are back. The crooks get richer. You know, I'd admire Ken Griffin getting rich if he actually provided something meaningful to the planet. He doesn't. He doesn't provide a service that means anything to anyone. I also would admire it more if he took any risk. He takes zero risk. I'd admire it more if he were smart. He's not smart. He had an idea in a dorm room. What if I put a satellite up there and I got the information more quickly than anybody else? That was his idea. But by the way, ideas like that, simple ideas, are all you need to get rich. But Ken Griffin does not impress me at all. One has to be careful investing in unknown stocks, Finger and DJT. Yeah, you're right. And usually when I hear a story, I dismiss it for that reason. But over time, you hear it enough, you start to learn it. But you're right about that. You got to be careful. And you shouldn't invest just because I said it or somebody mentioned it to you. If over time my ideas work, maybe the next time I have an idea, you say, all right, I'm going to do it. But I don't encourage that. I think you have to think it through and look it up, and does it match what you're trying to do? And I really, unless Ham comes up with another story, or one of the other 2 guys or 3 or 4, maybe 5 guys that I speak with, in the near term, I probably don't want to focus on the next, the next J-Lo, I really mean it. It's time to start looking at each of us building a small or large position in, I think, silver. Gold's fine, platinum, palladium. And then the time, we're already late, as one guy pointed out. They've all doubled. But I think the time to accumulate meaningful positions of mining shares is passing by while we worry about GTII and we worry about MMTLP. Look, for example, at finger motion. For a while there, for about 90 days, you could have bought all the finger motion you wanted at $1.10, $1.20, $1.30. And then it moves. And all of a sudden, that same amount of money doesn't buy as much. That, I think, is coming to the mining and the oil and gas space and other areas. I think possibly some healthcare. But healthcare, what I'm noticing, is destroyed by the criminals. Destroyed. Absolutely destroyed. It took almost a year for the Plantages to soar. Plantier, is that it? And it kept going up. Yeah, it takes a while sometimes. And that's the only thing we can give is time. I think it's much more important to pay the right price. In our case, then buy it at the right time. I think it's much more important. If you run a hedge fund and you're being judged on your performance weekly or monthly, well, then it's more important to buy at the right time. And if you pay up, you pay up. A hedge fund guy or girl is going to want to pay, you know, Plantier. I don't know when it broke out, but they'd much rather buy. I don't know when it broke out. They'd much rather pay $8 and it goes to 25 than pay $2 and wait a year. They need performance, and they can afford it. They got the tools, the analytical tools. They got the money. They can get in and out for little cost. They have the discipline. They have, they can do it. But for us, I think it's much more important to pay the nice price. Hopefully, you like Nixie, that one gentleman was asking me, or Railtown. The reason I didn't buy Finger, I couldn't have bought very much, by the way. Maybe some calls I could have bought, and I probably would have made some money. But I think I paid 38 for Railtown, and I think I paid I don't know. It was at 245 or 260 for Nixie. So it became hard to justify selling and then going to Finger because I would be taking a loss, which I don't mind doing. But also the timing, I couldn't. Anyway, nothing perfect about that. But you're exactly right. NVIDIA, is it going to report? I mean, look what they say about NVIDIA. I heard their new chip, or whatever it's called, is amazing. Harvard fires professor who fabricated data for dishonesty studies. A judge dismisses her lawsuit as bogus. That's the thing. Women can commit crimes and they don't pay the price. Men commit crimes and it's throw away the key. Did you see that woman that stole $9 million as an advisor? She got 18 months. 18 months. If a guy did that, he'd be locked away for 30 years. NVIDIA jumps 5% after solid Q1 results, despite losses in sales to China. NVIDIA tops earnings expectations despite a charge. Middle class is collapsing. 1 in 4 Americans is now functionally unemployed. Say goodbye to the penny. See, a Yale dean can put out an email anti-Trump, but I'll leave that thought unfinished. Unfinished. I can't read that. Can't read that. FBI declassifies disturbing report as Trump-Russia hoax scandal deepens. But you can't trust Trump and truth. Vladimir put out a list of demands. Not allow Ukraine to join NATO, seems reasonable. Disavow more expansion to the east, seems reasonable. Bar Georgia and Moldova for joining the alliance. Lift sanctions. All seems reasonable to me. We got to get out of that war. Elizabeth Warren controlled the Biden auto pen. I don't know how they proved that. Oh. Did I change my tune on finger, or has Ham told you to get out of finger? No, I haven't changed my tune. Ham is very positive on a short squeeze in finger, and I'm less sanguine on it. That's all. I haven't really changed my tune on finger. I don't share. I could be wrong, Sue. I just don't share the conviction that finger's going to have a massive short squeeze in the short term. I think, I mean, I've said it now for a few days, but I'll say it again. I don't mind saying it again. I think there's three outcomes or some combo for finger motion. One is a short squeeze. That's one possibility. I'm talking about in the short run. I'm not talking about the long run. I'm talking, let's say, over the next 6 weeks. Let's say by July 4th. One possibility is a short squeeze. I give it very low odds. But Ham, I'm telling you, Ham knows the subject cold. And I think my view is risking missing out on a short squeeze. I admit that. But I guess, Sue, my main concern is time. That's my main concern. I feel that way about GME and AMC. And last time I thought finger was squeezing. It went to 9. And I really thought it was. I was convinced. Unfortunately, the criminals cajoled 3 guys to get everybody to sell Finger and GTII to go into Cosmo. Oh, there you go, blaming a dead man. I'm not blaming a dead man. What I'm saying is the criminals do anything to stop a short squeeze. In that case, that was their strategy and it worked. I'm sure if that hadn't worked, they'd try a different strategy. Ultimately, it's what the criminals do that stops the squeeze. And in the case of GME and AMC, the criminals were able to stop the squeeze by getting Steve Cohen and Ken Griffin to bail out whichever hedge funds were in trouble. Well, I do believe there was a squeeze going on in GTII as well. But the time that they were able to buy, the lawyers, the attorneys, the hurries, I think, and the CEO, it turns out, I think completely saved the day for the criminals. And I just really wonder why it's different in Finger. There's some differences, Sue. The amount of shares outstanding in Finger are very low compared to what many stocks are out there. I think Ham has performed amazingly for whatever years, I guess. And I think the management of Finger, they bought back the note from Lynn Partners, and they've been very parsimonious with issuing shares, and they've been careful in their financings. And I think Martin's worked very hard. So the price of Finger is at a point, $4. Well, it's not $4. Sorry, $3.56. I didn't do that on purpose. I literally, in my brain, as I said it, thought it was 4 something. Sorry about that. It's $3.60. But had these guys been like other CEOs, the stock would be pennies. And they wouldn't be able to be at the position they are now. So anyway, one thing that could happen over the next 6 weeks is a short squeeze. I give it very low odds, and I've been that way for months. Could it happen? Yes. Okay, second thing that could happen is that Finger Motion, after they make their earnings announcement, has big news. A joint venture with SAIC. I have no idea. A big investor out of, out of France comes up with a big amount of money, and they'll put it in without any strings attached, and it'll be above market. Or there's a new contract, or maybe one of the insurance monetization deals goes through. That could happen. I personally think it waits until after the annual report, which is tomorrow, apparently. So we're close. And if that kind of big news came out, I think Finger Motion could. It depends on the news, but I think Finger Motion could be $4, $5, $6 and stay there. That's the key. Stay there. And if it were to stay there, I think the pressure In other words, it couldn't be forced back down to $1 or $2. I think the pressure on the cost of maintaining whatever existing undelivered share positions remain could get prohibitive, and you could have a buy-in, and then you could get combination with number one, you could see much higher prices. I do believe there's a large failed to deliver position out there. Is it still in the United States? Is it in Germany? I don't know. I don't think anybody knows. But I haven't seen it covered. I'm still confused. I admit this. I'm still confused by dark pools. Some people say they don't matter. Other people say, oh, yes, they do. And they really didn't exist when I was around, that I knew of anyway. So anyway, that's the second thing that could happen in Finger. The third thing, which is what I think will happen, Sue, is this run-up, which has been very impressive. Even today, it's 600,000 shares. The volume is extremely impressive in Finger motion. Extremely impressive. That could be that somebody knows something. It could be that there is short covering. But I bet Ham would say that there's maybe 30 million short over the last few weeks. Incredible, incredible. But what I think it could be, and I could be wrong, but what I think it could be is that the shorts, the criminals, the Toad, Roth Capital, clients of Roth Capital, and you know, these type people are clients of every firm, so they could be helping drive the price up. We're coming in, other people are coming in, maybe there is some buying in, and the stock goes to 5, and maybe the Toad is selling stock down from 5 to 356, averaging it in with the other stock they've sold. And just maybe they'll come to Roth Capital and say, we'll give you $27.5 million for 10 million shares at $2.75 and warrants. I think that's really possible, Sue. I don't think it's bad. Well, it is bad because it helps the criminals. But if Finger Motion were to raise 25, 30 million, $40 million, and the C2 contract is exclusive, we won't know until we read the annual report. The news stories say that that contract is exclusive and it's for the entire country. But what confuses me is they have to go in a bidding process in each situation. So how can it be exclusive and how can it be, I don't know, we'll find out with the annual report. But if they can raise a bunch of money and that contract is truly large, that would give a lot of confidence that Finger Motion for the next 6 or 7 or 8 years is going to be building out these vehicles at high profit margins on a contract that belongs to them alone. That would be huge. I don't feel like we have. Ham might know, but I don't speak to the principles of Finger Motion unless Martin Shen comes on with me, but that's, you see, whatever you see is what he says to me then. I personally think If Finger Motion raised $30 million, $40 million, even if it slowed down the momentum right now, that would be a huge win for Finger Motion. Huge. I think the company would be in a whole different league. It would no longer be susceptible to short sellers, probably because it would be highly profitable. I think that they would seize that contract, the C2 contract, and they'd become the company that builds out China's emergency response vehicles, command and control vehicles. I think it would be huge, huge. So no, I haven't changed my view on Finger. I said that I thought Finger could go up 2, 3, 4 times. I think I said even 5 or 6. I said from 1, I think you could see it go to 2 or 3 very easily, and it could go 5, 4, 6, even $7 in the next months. I said that January, February. I said it along the way. But to me, Sue, it becomes a matter of risk reward. I think the stock has achieved that. And look, everybody makes their own decision. You stay in Finger because you believe the fundamentals are going to grow and it's going to squeeze. And I think that's perfectly fine. I think that's perfectly fine. Or if we're trying to make money and it's not, we're agnostic as to which company, which stock. I think there's 2 or 3 or 4 other stocks that do share short squeeze potentials, but they also might have that easy bit of money to make. I think Finger going from 1 to 2, 3, 4 was the easy money. They've done it twice before, and that's why I called it out. Well, I think Railtown can go from 35 cents to 3.50, and that can be fairly easy money to be made. Of course, it's a prediction, and it might blow up in my face. Nixie, I think, can go from $2 to $10. But maybe it's only 6, maybe it's only 8, or maybe it goes to 25. But I think that first move can be the easy money, whatever it is. I didn't realize that GBUX, I made that mistake. I wrote down the wrong thing. But I think GBUX could have that intensity of action that catches the shorts short. So that we could know that by next week. So I have to give credit to 3 or 4 of the guys here on GBUX. I agree with them. I think GBUX has more risk than Nixie or Railtown. In other words, if they don't get that deal done, and I've gone on ad infinitum, the proposed deal is $200 million for 30% of the company. Well, the criminals have GBUX down at a market cap of $200 million. So how do you reconcile that? I don't know. But if they get that done, GBUX could be a dramatic mover next week or the following week or the following week after that. I don't know. It's hard to be in every stock. It's hard to predict every stock. But to my way of looking at it, Finger Motion has already given 500%, 400%. Now it's back to 300%, 325. And now it gets hard. It gets a little trickier. But Sue, if the earnings come out, I don't think the earnings are going to blow us out of the water, even if they're positive. But if the management discussion, if the discussion of how the two vehicles that they outfitted in October, I think it was, comes through, and we can see the profit margin, if there's further discussion about the contracts that they fulfilled when they raised the $5 million in December, we can start extrapolating what is the forward earnings potential of Finger Motion. If just by fact that they get the audit completed, they can start announcing financings or other contracts, or the research report comes out. A lot of good things can happen for Finger. So no, I don't feel like I've changed my story at all. I don't think I've ever joined in recently. I'd say for months, if not well over a year, if not 2 years. I don't know. It's been a long time since I've shared the view that Finger Motion could squeeze soon or dramatically. But that doesn't mean I'm right. I've been right so far, but that doesn't mean I'll be right tomorrow. And I would defer to Ham's knowledge of that over mine. 100%, I would. But for me, with very limited funds, trying to make money, I missed Finger, Sue. In retrospect, I should have said, you know what? I'm going to sell Nixie. I'm going to sell Railtown, take losses, put it in Finger, ride Finger up, and now I'd come back into them. I didn't, because I didn't know back then. Everything looked to me like one or both of those could have moved at any time since December. In the case of Railtown, I believe Railtown already would have moved had not the happenstance of this company, AI Partners, stepped into view. 160 companies in a sort of venture capital alliance who they joined. But then once joined, they bought it out. They're buying out 106. They're buying out a partnership of 160 companies whose mission is to roll up those companies into the parent company. It's a much bigger, more elaborate, and probably more exciting event than what was going to happen, but it takes time. So, but I didn't know all that. And Railtown announced all this, by the way, I think 12 weeks ago, 13 weeks ago. You can look it up. But as each week went past, when I looked up in Canada, the approval process for that was 4 weeks. So I never knew that it was going to take this long. In retrospect, it's obvious I should have been in Finger. But I stick to my guns on Railtown. I thought Finger had a chance of going to 2, 3, or 4, maybe 5 or 6. Well, at best, from $1, I don't know, maybe $1, call it $1.25. It was less, $1.10. At best, maybe that's 5 times your money, which is really good, and it happened. But my Railtown view was, and remains 10x out of the gate. Now, how long does it take to open the gate? When it opens, I don't know. But I think the revaluation, I think the price of Railtown does not reflect the value of the company. And right now, nobody in Canada is allowed, if they're part of the financing as it relates to Railtown, if they're one of the investors, if they're in the AI Partners, if they're in Canaccord Genuity, They can't buy the stock. So once information flow starts to come, which has all been pre-announced, I think at some point, as the awareness comes out, but more importantly, and I don't know which announcement does this, more importantly, when those buyers can buy, I think Railtown jumps. And so I faced a decision, which I chose, I made the wrong choice, but I faced a decision. Does finger motion go to 3 or 4 or 5, which was my view? Quickly? Does it take a long time? Or does Railtown go up from 35 cents to $3.50, 10x? I think very quickly when it starts. I don't know when it starts. I don't know how long the starting gate takes to creak open. I don't know that. But when the revaluation comes, led by the ability of big buyers in Canada to buy, I think it's $3.50 a share. So that was tough for me, Sue, for me personally, because I don't have any money. I don't have any money. I couldn't buy enough finger motion to make me have a big pool of capital. I couldn't do it anyway, even if it tripled or went up 5 times. But Railtown at 35 cents, I paid 38. That had the power of giving me personally a nice, it hasn't happened, but it gives me a nice starting point in my IRA. That's me. That's not my view on finger. It's just why I made that choice. And then Nixie, I won't talk about, but Nixie, I think the story got better and better as well. It was this idea that they were going to buy, just got to have it, which they did. But then they made some announcements that the buying is bigger, and they only have 18 million shares, and they have a new CEO who looks powerful. I mean, he used to hit long home runs, and he could stop any ball back to him at third base. He was one of the greatest third basemen of all time. They have a new CEO, Mike Schmidt. So I think Nixie has become an excellent risk-reward story. Now, Nixie, twice before, had high volume. And I didn't own it. I didn't have the money the first time. That's my memory. I didn't have the money. I can't remember. I can't remember. I can't reconstruct back in October. I can't remember. But anyway, Nixie ran up. Surprisingly, it went to $12 pre-market. I didn't own any. I told people about Nixie. I put it out there. And then when it opened at 8. And then over time, it traded down. I think I know what happened. And I don't think it helps to talk about it now. And that there's always a risk that the same short seller could come in and stop the whole thing all over again. It's always a risk. But he came in and killed it. And so it went to 12, 8, and then it went where now ultimately where it is. But then that was 60 million shares. Then it did it again, sort of, I don't know, 3 months ago. You can look it up. And it went to 6 something. It might have gone to 8, but I think it went to 6 something. But then it stopped again. And this time, I'm not sure that short was involved, but somebody stopped it. And it went to 50 million shares. So now Nixie seems to be setting up for more news. They have a new CEO. You can go read the news. So in my mind, Nixie has a chance of huge volume again. Will those shorts and the bad guys come in and try to make money stopping it again? Yeah, sure. So maybe Nixie only goes to 4, or maybe it goes to 6, or maybe it goes to 8, but it's at $2 right now. And I think that's starting soon. So for me, my thinking was, I'll own a little Nixie, I'll own a little GBUX, and I'm talking little, and it's going to be fun. But I bought GBUX at 8. I didn't buy it soon enough. And Nixie, like I say, the story got better, but the price went down. It's $1.90. And I paid more than that. So it's $1.90. So I was facing, well, what's going on with GBUX? So I sold that at a loss and I bought more Nixie. Turns out I was wrong. Nixie hasn't gone up. Railtown started to, but my timing's all off. And I agree with these gentlemen. GBUX, I didn't realize it's next Thursday. If they can get something done, that's a short enough time frame and then the shorts that got in trouble, that could be something that does an IHOP. But I'm not in it. I'm not in Finger. So then it comes to your question: have I changed my mind on Finger? No. As you know, Finger took a financing in December after being tied up by Univest for 2 years. Univest did nothing. As soon as Univest quit, they did a mutual I divorce thee, I divorce thee, I divorce thee. Took 30 days. As soon as they quit, Roth Capital was there with a deal. But guess what? The stock was 280. Roth Capital came in and said, we'll do it at 150. I think it was, at that point, I think they had no choice but to do it. And they had warrants in it. They raised $5 million. And they got 2 more contracts on the C2. I think that's public, or I heard it somewhere that it's 2 more contracts. However many, we'll find out in the annual report. But Sue, why did they do the deal at 150? Yeah, they needed the money. That's right. They needed the money. And what did they use the money for? Well, they built out this C2 contract for how many ever vehicles, we don't know. And that cycle, if a local government, state government, national government comes to Finger Motion and says, we now need you to build out 50 tanks or whatever the hell they are, and Finger Motion said, we don't have enough money, they lose the contract. So anyway, Sue, I ask you this. They took that money in December. There was the Chinese New Year. probably they didn't start ordering all the materials effectively, having effectiveness in their orders anyway, until after the Chinese New Year. So you're talking February. They get everything assembled maybe in March, maybe April. And then they deliver all those vehicles maybe in May. And then it takes 90 days to get paid. And that'll be a good test run to see how much money they make. And I think it'll be highly successful. But do you think any governments that have ordered vehicles in the meantime, since December? Do you think there's been any other city, township, state, military, police department, federal government that's asked for any other vehicles since then? Well, maybe not. But I think it's probably pretty good odds that if this contract's as valuable as indicated, they've received other orders. We'll see where they're going to get the money. I've heard that the warrants have been exercised, and maybe that's true. There's been no announcement. We should find out maybe with an announcement after the annual report. Maybe that's what's happening. But, maybe they raised 5 million, 7 million that way, and maybe that's all they need. I would put to you that if all they needed was 5 million, the contract is good, but not gigantic. But it's good. I mean, it's moving along. That's fine. But for me, it would be much more exciting if they needed more money. But maybe the warrants are enough, and maybe that's all the money they need. They start this cycle with the warrant money, and then the proceeds from the December cycle comes in next month, and they can start another cycle, and basically you're on a 2-cycle year, basically spending $5 to $10 million, and maybe that's enough to make Finger Motion the next big success story. My opinion, since the contract says it's for the news says it's for the entire country, and it says that it's exclusive, and we heard that it could take 7 to 8 years to build out. My opinion is they need more money. Let me state it differently, Sue. I think it's at least reasonable to expect that Finger Motion needs to raise money. Are the warrants enough? Maybe. But I think it's still reasonable to assume they're going to raise more. How are they going to raise it? There's rumors that I'm not going to repeat. There's rumors of a big investment coming in. I don't believe rumors per se. I mean, every now and then you get a good lead, but mostly I don't believe them. I'm not going to share that rumor. But if they come out, if plain vanilla financing comes out of the, China or Singapore or somewhere, and it comes in above market without warrants, or at market without warrants, and it's plain vanilla, that will be huge. And I think the stock will go up and stay up. Once the stock stays up, then you have a dynamic that any undelivered shares are not only getting expensive month to month, there's call requirements, there's cash requirements, collateral requirements on that. And those start getting bought in, it could lead to something exciting. Okay, so maybe big money is coming in from Singapore or Hong Kong or Wodong or Hu Flung Dung. I don't know. But another place money could come from is the toad out of Canada, could have primed the pump and be causing some of this buying. And then Roth Capital is sitting there, and the toad is going to say to Roth Capital, we can place 30 million shares of finger motion at $2.50 with warrants, and they just take all the money they've taken out of the market and they swing it over to finger motion. The reaction amongst this crowd is going to be, gee, that's unfair, crooks, criminals. And yes, I think it's totally wrong. I think it shows that the U.S. markets are destroyed. There's no investment banking. There's no research. There's no clients. It's just a bunch of criminals doing it, just giving the company their own money. On the other hand, if they raised $50 million or $75 million or some big number, Sue, it'll be a shitty deal because Roth Capital is shit. Roth Capital just is a pass-through for short sellers who then get warrants, and then they do derivatives and they drive it down. We've seen that. Roth Capital is not going to change its stripes. So if the money is coming from Roth Capital, it's probably the toad. So it's not going to be pleasant. But on the other hand, I don't think it's going to be Lynn Partners financing either. It's going to be one of these at the money, a bunch of warrants. It's going to pretend to be clean, but when you read the documents, it's all derivatives, it's all crap, it's all short sellers, it's all counterfeit, and Roth Capital isn't a real investment bank. They're just a pass-through for the criminals. But anyway, if that happens, Sue, my opinion, it would be a great deal for finger motion and for shareholders, even if it's done at a low price. Why? Because it means the C2 contract is bona fide. It is real. And that's a powerful contract. And then you have a company that never needs to go to Jeff Easton again, never needs to go to Roth Capital again. Then you have a company that has earnings, so nobody shorts it again. Then you have a company that instead of orbiting around $2, down to 1, up to 3, down to 1.5, up to 4, down to 1.75, instead of that, you have a company maybe orbiting around $10, which would make it a $500 million company, which is pretty expensive. But if they have that contract and it's financed and they have a visible way to those earnings for 8 years, it's probably reasonable. So then if the stock's $10, and it's orbiting around that up to 15, down to 7, up to 14, down to 8, up to 16, back around it, but it's always up there. That means all those shares. I saw 100 million sold with my own eyes. But Ham says it's 250. It might be more than that million shares. Assuming they are still on the books of the prime brokers and the undelivered shares are still there needing delivery here in the United States, that's going to be a massive problem. And those shares will start being bought in, and it could get out of control quickly. My concern is they've moved some of those trades to Germany, to Panama, to Canada, They have all the tricks in the world. So I don't know. There's somewhere, I don't think the entire 250 million shares are still sitting out there to be covered, but maybe 100 million are. That would still be a bloody storm. So no, Sue, my story hasn't changed. I just don't see fingers squeezing tomorrow. And I haven't been that way for a while. But it could be squeezing now, the volume's there. It could be there's news coming that somebody knows news that I don't know about, and that's why the volume's there. It could be there's institutional buying from offshore that I don't know about, and that could really change the story. And it could be that there's going to be a partnership or there's going to be a funding away from Roth. That would be dynamic. And even if the Roth does the funding, I don't think it's terrible. So I don't know. I hope I've answered your question. I've held many of my stocks for many years. That's great. That's great. Hey, Mark. Thanks, Akira Nova. All right, it's 6:10. Let's just see what some of the closing prices are, and then I gotta go. Finger is up, 362. So that is looking good. We'll see what the earnings are tomorrow. I've been corrected on GBUX, which I'm glad. I was wrong. It's down, but that's interesting that the deadline's next week. So we'll keep an eye on that. This Viper, Railtown is 0.3333. Nixie is 188. GME is 31. And this Viper, the Vipe, your windows, is 680, 673 now. But that's interesting. I have to study that one. And then Djokovic plays at 8:30, so get up and watch him. I did want to talk about this silver company, but I think I'll wait. Oh my God. Well, there's going to be war in Europe. Oh God. Moscow says if Zelensky uses NATO weapons from Germany to attack Moscow, they're going to attack Berlin. Oh God. German troops deployed to Lithuania. This is all insanity. We're going to war with Russia. We should be friends with Russia. We should be cooperating with Russia. There's no reason for this except Hillary Clinton lost an election. I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. How you broke my heart. If I stay a little longer, will you listen to my heart? Oh, my heart. The stars in the sky to you are nothing but a mirror. Dun, 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 dun. Social Security has just eliminated, and remember, Trump and truth, they don't go together. But Social Security has just eliminated 12.3 million recipients who are 120 years old. 12.3 million Social Security recipients who are 120 years old. 12.3 have just been removed from Social Security rolls. Man, that Trump, he's untruthful. Good thing. I'd hate to see him if he were truthful. What'd he be doing? I'd hate to see what he'd be doing if he were truthful. The stars in the sky. Goldman Sachs insider, Trump's hands tied on Russia strategy. Swell. Will Taurus missiles fly to hit Moscow? Russia proposes second round of Ukraine talks in Istanbul, June 2nd. As President Donald Trump charts a cautious course in response to Russia's ongoing actions in Ukraine, speculation has mounted over the motivations behind his restraint. Is it fear of escalation with Moscow, or is the former president simply constrained by the limited tools at his disposal? A recent analysis shared by investment banking professionals from New York and London sheds light on the practical and geopolitical factors shaping Trump's approach. Drawing from insider perspectives at Goldman Sachs and the London financial sector, the commentary outlines why punitive steps such as secondary sanctions, advanced weapon transfers, or oil price manipulation may be politically risky, militarily ineffective, or economically damaging. Their views offer a sobering counterpoint to calls for more aggressive U.S. action and suggest that any substantial shift in strategy may hinge on diplomatic developments in Istanbul or a further escalation in Russian airstrikes. Here is an interesting opinion from a Goldman Sachs investment banker on the reason behind Trump's current policy on Russia. Quote, some people think Trump is afraid of Putin, which is why he's doing nothing. Unfortunately, he has practically no levers of influence. One, the idea of secondary sanctions on countries buying energy resources from Russia with tariffs up to 500%. Which countries are we talking about? India, China, the EU? Trump is already in a tariff war with them. And even much smaller tariffs are scaring markets, especially in the US Treasury market, whose stability the quote unquote stable genius quite rationally cares about. It's not even funny. 2, supplying long-range missiles without restrictions on strikes inside Russia. Yes, a few hundred hits on sensitive spots around Moscow might make Putin more flexible, but the US simply doesn't have anything in that range. It does not have land-based ballistic systems like Iskander. It has the Tomahawk, an outdated cruise missile, easily interceptive, meant for wars against natives, not to be used against a country with some of the best air defense systems in the world. And launching it from land is not trivial. It's a naval missile, and the United States never planned for ground combat. 3, the most dangerous move would be to crash oil prices. That they can do. Not to 20, as I previously said. But down to 40. At 20, shale producers would suffer badly. I think Trump will go for it. But this is a move with consequences in a 2 to 3 year horizon. Its impact on the Ukraine war would be very limited, and Trump won't link it directly to the Ukraine, unquote. Another investment banker based in London said, quote, absolutely spot on analysis. That's exactly how it is. Those of us in investment banking are used to thinking fast at the intersection of money, geopolitics, and pricing. They're so good. I'd add a few points to my colleagues' sound arguments. 1, the Saudis and OPEC could live with $40 oil in the short term, but for many of them, it's extremely uncomfortable in the medium term. There's no effing way oil's going to $40, by the way. We don't have that power. We don't have that oil. This is fantasy land. I'm used to thinking quick at the intersection, fast. I'm used to thinking fast at the intersection of money, geopolitics, and pricing. What arrogant bastards. 2, Trump might impose some form of sanctions, though in a very decorative manner. He may just do it to tick a box and deflect criticism in Congress and Europe, but will tread carefully to avoid real damage. Boy, you're doing some fast thinking. 3, Europe itself has very limited missile stock for such deliveries, perhaps around 200 if they really tried. So from a military standpoint, this is more psychological and political than actual military pressure. And the cherry on top, any real action can be likely only after the next meeting in Istanbul regarding the memorandum, only if Russian air attacks continue at the current scale, unquote. Boy, I'm impressed with investment bankers, because investment bankers those of us in investment banking are used to thinking fast at the intersection of money, geopolitics, and pricing. Wow, I'm glad there's still a few old investment bankers around. Good Lord, the arrogance, the absolute arrogance. See, I agree with that. Russia's formidable missiles make spineless NATO keep its distance. While the world is still discussing Russia's recent use of the Oreshnik hypersonic ballistic missile, President Vladimir Putin said that the Russian Defense Ministry was choosing new targets for upcoming attacks. On November 28, when asked about the possibility for Russia to strike decision-making centers in Kiev, Putin responded by telling an old Soviet joke. There was a weather forecast joke during Soviet times. Forecast for today. Today, anything may happen. It is worthy of note that Russia has other missiles in its arsenal, such as the Kijal, Bulava, Yars, Iskander, and Sarmat. Each of them plays an important role in the country's strategic defense and highlights the technological level of the Russian military-industrial complex. The Oreshnik hazel tree missile attracted global attention after Russian armed forces struck Ukrainian factories. The attack came after the West allowed Kiev to use long-range missiles to strike Russian territory. I'm so glad women are in charge of our foreign policy. It's so peaceful. That's what I was told growing up. If women were in charge, there'd be no war. Russian President Vladimir Putin said that the Oreshnik was a hypersonic ballistic missile which could develop the speed of up to Mach 10, invulnerable to all modern air defense systems. Some experts consider it to be an analog of the RS-26 Rubish. Each missile warhead can carry up to 6 submunitions, whereas the nuclear warhead may have the power of up to a megaton. This makes it possible for the missile to hit targets in Europe in 8 to 19 minutes. The Kinzhal, Russia uses the Kinzhal, the dagger complex, against various targets as part of the special military operations in the Ukraine. The Kinzhal system was presented in March 2018. It is capable of reaching up to a speed of Mach 12. The missile can be launched from a MiG-31 and an Su-34 aircraft, and will be launched from the Tupolev 22M3 aircraft in the future. In 2022, one Kinzhal missile destroyed 5 Patriot launchers in Kiev. The complex can carry conventional or nuclear warheads weighing about 500 kilograms and has a range of over 2,000 kilometers. The Bulava, on May 7th, 2024, President of Russia signed a decree on the adoption of the R3 Bulava MACE ballistic missiles into service. Developed in 1998, the missile was put to test during the period from 2004 to 2011. The Bulava is the first missile for submarine missile carriers that was developed after the collapse of the USSR. Project 95 and 95A Barori submarines are the main carriers of the missile. The Bulava missile has a range of 9,300 kilometers, and it can carry from 6 to 10 nuclear warheads. It is a solid fuel missile and is barely noticeable at launch. Satan. The R-36M Satan is a strategic missile system. The weapon is 33.65 meters long and weighs 208 tons. The missile has a range of 16,000 kilometers. It is equipped with two-stage liquid propellant missile 15A14 and is launched from a 15P714 silo. The missile was first tested in 1973 when it became the most powerful ballistic system, I guess, in the world. In 1988, it modified and is resistant to modern U.S. defense systems. The Topol M, the poplar tree. It is an intercontinental ballistic missile, 22.7 meters long and 1.86 meters in diameter, weighing 47.1 tons. The missile has a range of 11,000 kilometers. This is a three-stage solid fuel missile with a fiberglass body. It was launched for the first time in 1994. As of the end of 2012, Russia had 60 silos and 18 mobile systems ready. YARS, nuclear containment missile, 23 meters long with a range of 11,000 kilometers. First launch took place in 2007. The YARS has multiple warheads and a system to overcome missile defenses. These characteristics make the YARS effective in the context of the United States Global Missile Defense System. UR-100M is a third generation intercontinental ballistic missile with multiple independently targetable re-entry vehicles. The missile is 24.3 meters long, 2.5 meters in diameter, and has a launch weight of 105.6 tons. Its range amounts to 10,000 kilometers. The first launch of the missile took place in 1973. Molodets, put in service in 87. KH, put in service sometime. The Berea, avoids modern defense systems such as the Patriot missile. Iskander. The Russia uses the Iskander complex during special operations in Ukraine. Since 2007, the Iskander is designed to destroy air defenses, command posts, infrastructure facilities. Its munitions have a warhead weight of 480 kilograms, a rate of 50 to 500 kilometers. They have satellite navigation. Zircon, hypersonic anti-ship missile launched from Project Frigates and submarines. Main purpose of the missile is to hit surface ships and military facilities. The missile has been tested and has been in serial production since 2022. Speed is Mach 8, Mach 9, and the warhead weighs 400 kilograms. The Sarmat is a fifth generation strategic missile system. It has the ability to bypass defense systems thanks to the orbital bombardment technology and the use of hypersonic avant-garde warheads. First launched 2022. Serial production the same year. It's already entered combat duty. The main purpose of this weapon is to overcome missile defense systems and reduce dependence on the Ukrainian military-industrial complex. The Caliber, 1975, ship to submarine. All right, that's it. Makes me feel good. Good thing we spend all our money bombing deserts. It's a good thing. Real good. All right. What is Anna's post on X 3 minutes back? I trust Anna. What is the post? I don't know what it is. Success is not final and failure is not fatal. 40 isn't fatal. I can prove that. Life is about overcoming failure and making the best of any situation. I think it's just about changing the definition of failure. How do I find Anna's post? Lordy. Let me see if I can find it. Anna Paulina Luna. I can't get Anna. So I can't find it. So I can't answer your question. I don't know what she said. I don't know what she's saying. Oh, I could search finger. That's a good point. I've given that advice before. I wonder why I didn't think of that. Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? Why didn't I think of that? Anna, let me just pull it up. Anna. AI plus big data from Sapienus, that's true. Serious fintech upside, 10-day moving average greater than the 50-day moving average, that's true. Bullish crossover on the relative strength, I saw that. Ready for the next leg up, tapping China's massive fintech market. Price target $8, $10. Isn't crazy if momentum and volume hold. So this comes from investing.com. Serhi Bondarenko, finger motion stock, a US-based technology company with a focus on mobile payment recharge services, is a compelling player in the dynamic telecommunications and fintech landscape. Has captured significant attention from investors and analysts. Because of its robust growth, innovative AI-driven strategies, and a stock performance that has defied broader market challenges. This article delves into FingerMotion's operational milestones, recent stock performance, market sentiment, and its alignment with cutting-edge AI trading tools like those offered by AI, while contextualizing its trajectory against the backdrop of recent market developments. This month, the stock gained 158%, pretty nice, with average daily volume of 1 million shares, damn good. The stock tracked a drawdown of 31% for this period. Fingers showed earnings on June 28th. I don't think that's right. I don't think it's June 28th. I think it's May 28th. Anyway, so that must be a typo. FingerMotion operates primarily in China's telecommunications and mobile payment markets, offering markets such as mobile top-up subscription plans and innovative big data analytics through its Sapientus platform. The company has positioned itself as a leader in mobile payment solutions, capitalizing on China's rapidly growing digital economy. With a population of over 1.4 billion and a mobile penetration rate exceeding 90%, China represents a fertile market for FingerMotion's offerings. The company's strategic partnerships with major Chinese telecom providers, such as China Mobile and China Unicom, have bolstered its ability to scale operation and capture market share. FingerMotion's Sapientus platform leverages big data to provide actionable insights for businesses, including credit scoring and risk assessment, which are increasingly vital in China's fintech ecosystem. The company's exploration of AI-driven solutions inspired by platforms like, it doesn't say, aims to enhance, it must be a typo, aims to enhance its data analytic capabilities, positioning it to compete in the rapidly evolving AI-driven financial services sector. FingerMotion stock has exhibited remarkable performance in 25 with a surge of 254% in a single month, as noted in a May 15 report by investing.com. Despite a drawdown of 25%, the stock's average daily trading volume reached 1 million shares. That's very powerful, reflecting strong investor interest and liquidity. As of May 23rd, 25, posts on X indicated the Fingers price hovered around $5, a significant increase from a low of $1.16 earlier in the year, which I have to say I called that, but I didn't make money on it, so it probably doesn't really count. This performance has been driven by investor confidence in FingerMotion's innovative offerings and its strategy in China. The stock's volatility, however, has been a point of discussion. Technical analysts from AI highlights that Fingers momentum indicators have shown bullish signals, with the 10-day moving average crossing above the 50-day moving average on May 7th, 2025, suggesting potential for further upside. However, the relative strength index moving out of overbought territory on May 21, 2025, indicates a possible short-term pullback, as noted by Tickeron's AI-driven analysis. This volatility underscores the importance of AI tools like financial learning models for navigating Fingers price movement. They give a bunch of technical crap. Well, let me just see if any of it matters. They already said it all. Okay, market sentiment around Finger has been overwhelmingly positive, fueled by its strong fundamentals and speculative interest. Posts on X, such as one from Anna, Queen of Trades, on May 2, 2025, highlighted a strong buy rating from Chaikin Analytics and a lack of available shares to borrow, suggesting the potential for a short squeeze. So that's, the more people talk about that, the more it can happen. Another post by Ace Report on May 14 projected price targets of $10 to $22, even without a squeeze, reflecting optimism about Finger's growth trajectory. Additionally, a rumor shared by Jing Dongbang on May 15, 2025, speculated about a company taking a stake in a certain price range. I'm not willing, you can look it up, I'm not willing to share rumors. Analysts, including those at AI, emphasize Finger's alignment with AI-driven trading strategy. Tickeron CEO Sergey Savastyuk has underscored the importance of AI in managing market volatility, with FLMs enabling traders to detect patterns with precision. Finger's integration of AI in its Sapientus platform aligns with this trend, enhancing its appeal to tech-savvy investors. However, analysts also caution that the stock's rapid rise and high volatility require careful risk management, particularly in light of broads. As of May 26, the U.S. stock market is navigating complex landscape marked by tariff threats and economic uncertainty. According to Yahoo Finance, the markets fell because of President Trump. Yeah, okay. I'm skipping the market discussion. Finger's Motion's exploration of AI-driven solutions aligns with the broader trend of AI transforming financial markets. Tickeron has been instrumental in providing traders with tools to navigate stocks like Finger. Tickeron's financial learning modules combine technical analysis with machine learning to identify bullish and bearish signals, offering traders real-time insights. For Finger, Tickeron's high liquidity stock robots have highlighted the stock's robust trading volume, while its beginner-friendly bots have made it accessible to retail investors. The platform's double agents feature, which provides dual perspective market signals, has been particularly useful for managing Finger's volatility. Sergey Savastyuk, Tickeron COO, has emphasized AI-driven tools empower traders to make informed decisions in fast-moving markets. For Finger, Tickeron's analysis has identified a predicted zone of strength from May 28th to June 6th, suggesting continued upside potential. So Tickeron has identified a predicted zone of strength from May 28th to June 6th, suggesting continued upside potential. This aligns with Finger Motion's strategic focus on AI to enhance its Sapientus platform, positioning the company at the intersection of fintech and artificial intelligence. Despite its strong performance, Finger faces several risks. The stock's rapid appreciation has led to concerns about overvaluation, with its RSI signaling potential short-term corrections. It happens. Additionally, the company's heavy reliance on the Chinese market exposes it to regulatory and geopolitical risks, particularly trade tensions. The unconfirmed rumor, which I'm not going to talk about, is speculative. Moreover, the broader market's tariff-driven uncertainty could have an impact on Finger's growth. Looking ahead, Finger's growth potential. Finger Motion's trajectory in 2025 reflects a company capitalizing on China's digital economy while embracing AI to stay competitive. Finger stock performance, driven by strong fundamentals and speculative interests, positions Finger as a high-risk, high-reward opportunity. With AI providing AI-driven insights, traders can navigate Finger's volatility with greater confidence. As the company continues to expand its mobile payment system and big data offerings, it remains a stock to watch in the evolving fintech landscape. However, investors should remain vigilant about broader market dynamics, including tariff policies and economic indicators, which could influence Finger's trajectory. By leveraging platforms like Tickeron and staying informed about market developments, traders can make data-driven decisions to capitalize on Finger's potential while managing inherent risks. I read that for you, but that is a bunch of crap. Not the content, but they just repeated themselves over and over and over and over and over again. Drove me crazy. But anyway, it's a good report. They say here, traders can navigate Finger's volatility with greater confidence. So Sue was asking if I've changed my mind. No, it's just that I've tried so hard, my dear, to show that you're my only dream. I've just tried to show that Finger goes to 519, pulls back. Even back then I showed you charts where Finger was going to have this kind of stair-step aspect to it. I saw it as being difficult, and weirdly, I remember the chart. Every round number had resistance in that chart. So it's doing what you got to navigate. Traders navigate. It goes to 5. Sell some calls. The stock's now 350. You can buy all those calls back and book the profit. What's the risk? That it keeps going up. Yes, that's a risk, but you got to navigate, this article says. But anyway, it's a very good article. I think it's a very good article. And it highlights a lot of strengths about Finger. No question about it. No question about it. So thank you for calling that to my attention. But it's possible, account settings, it's possible that when they put reports like that out, it's because of the volume and all that. But it's also possible, believe it or not, that something's going on behind the scenes. So that would be fantastic if true. That would be fantastic if true.
Where did China's 1.4 billion people go, and why is it suddenly so empty?
Where are all the people? There are even fewer people here than in my hometown. All these people go.
Many people are starting to question if China still has 1.4 billion people as officially claimed. The economy is struggling, businesses are quiet, and streets are less crowded, and even rural areas are getting emptier. This raises the question, where did China's population go? It's strange. The holiday is over, but where have all the people in Beijing gone? I don't know if you've noticed, but the streets in Beijing are empty. The malls are empty. The streets are empty. Everywhere is empty. Can anyone analyze this? Where did all the people go? Did they go back to the countryside to retire, or have they moved to other places for opportunities? It feels like there are fewer and fewer people in Beijing, but I don't know where they went. Can anyone help me figure this out? The World Trade Center in Beijing is all shut up, and there's no one around. What happened? It used to be so vibrant.
Where have all the people gone? The streets in Shanghai are so empty. Look, the streets are deserted. Where did everyone go? Honestly, when I came to Shanghai 10 years ago, we had to wait to cross the street. Now it's empty. Just look at Pudong Airport 10 years ago. The number of people was so much higher than now. Where did all the people go? I really don't understand. Even in our town, there are so few people. I didn't expect Shanghai to be so empty. Look at the stores. They're all struggling. There's always space. No more waiting in line. In fact, population loss is as severe everywhere in our country now. I'm at the World Financial Center in Lujiazui, and the entire road is empty at midway. Where are the office workers? Where are the beautiful women? This area is home to the headquarters of major banks and security firms, so there should be a lot of office workers. Where did they all go? I walked around and couldn't even find a restaurant or food court. It's so hard to find a place to eat. Is this really Shanghai? The city that generates over 15 trillion yuan in GDP every year? It's really strange. Where are all the people? There are even fewer people here than in my hometown. This large supermarket is empty. Not a single person. Where did everyone go?
Recently, people from across China have been posting videos online saying that cities they live in are no longer the same. Once bustling streets are now deserted. Formerly crowded commercial areas are disappearing, and the busiest places like malls, subways, train stations, and buses are nearly empty.
In Dongguan, with a population of over 10 million, the streets are empty. The stores have no customers. Where did all the people go?
It's like I'm going crazy, waiting for people to come in. The street is so quiet. I've been here for hours. People come in maybe just once every half hour or every hour. They just come in to buy some basic necessities. Nothing else sells. That's the situation. Let me show you. The whole street is empty, with no one around. Someone asked me how to solve this problem, and honestly, I don't know what to do either. We have lots of products, but no customers. How do we solve this issue of low foot traffic? The street is really empty, and it feels eerie. Is it the same where you are? It's so quiet that it's scary. Look, no one. This is my shop, and the location is okay. Even with promotions, there's no one. It's already March, and the street is still so deserted. It's terrifying. What's it like where you are? Do you know what's the weirdest thing? There are no people. I went to the market this morning, and the old lady selling vegetables looked at me with bright eyes, asking me to come and buy from them. That never used to happen. Then I learned that there are fewer customers now. The owner of the barbecue shop next door asked me how business was, and I asked him the same. He said it's strange. Now he can't even seat 2 tables a day. There's hardly anyone around. The streets are full of delivery drivers and people running errands, but very few people. It's really strange this year. Where is everyone? Where did China's 1.4 billion people go? And why is it suddenly so empty? In today's China, many are asking why cities and rural areas are so deserted. People have always been used to bustling crowds, but now crowds are seemingly harder to find. The visible decline in China's population seems at odds with official figures. And many are wondering if it's related to the pandemic. Some even suspect that a large number of deaths during the pandemic were hidden by the authorities. This theory is often based on indirect evidence, such as salt consumption, reduced demand for food, or funeral data. A citizen using the AI model GROK 3 developed by Elon Musk analyzed China's population decrease from 2020 to 2023, estimating that China lost 150 million to 200 million people during this period based on consumption and other factors. In July 2022, reports on platforms like X and other social media revealed that a hacker had put up a database for sale, claiming it contained the personal information of over 1 billion Chinese people, including names, genders, ages, ID numbers, addresses, and phone numbers, along with a lot of pandemic-related data. The hacker offered 750,000 sample records, priced at 10 Bitcoin, around $200,000. The story was later reported by media outlets like the New York Times, increasing its visibility and fueling suspicions about China's population data. Furthermore, a Japanese research institution suggested that based on China's salt consumption, the country's population might be between 800 million and 900 million people. On YouTube, a Chinese vlogger, Jiang Taigong, shared another leak, claiming that according to data from China's Ministry of Public Security, there are only about 776 million people in China with official ID cards. The vlogger argued that if this data is from the Ministry of Public Security, it should be reliable because the ID cards are issued by them. Once the data enters their system, it's easy to track how many ID cards have been issued. The Chinese national ID card is required for all citizens over the age of 16, so theoretically, the population of people over 16 in China is about 776 million. Next, we can estimate the population under 16. Children and teenagers make up about 17 to 18% of the total population, which, according to the National Bureau of Statistics, amounts to about 240 million people in 2023. Most of these individuals haven't received an ID card yet. From this, we can estimate that China's actual population is around 1 billion people. On the credibility of this information, Chinese-American commentator Xing Tianxing believes that, although these are indirect data analyses, they are enough to demonstrate that the Chinese Communist Party is falsifying information. Xing said, it's just information that can be inferred from official data. It's compiled and then predicted using a model. Even though there's a large gap between these numbers and the actual population decrease, the AI disclosure proves that the CCP is covering up and falsifying the data. Many people believe the CCP is going to great lengths to conceal both the pandemic and the disappearing population. The general assumption is that the CCP fears the massive death toll from the COVID-19 pandemic could lead to public uprisings and social unrest, so they're trying to suppress the truth to maintain their power.
In the year 2020, during the pandemic, over 21 million cell phones were abruptly disconnected and canceled in China, leading many to believe that these phone users had died, which would indicate that China was misleading the public on how many deaths due to COVID they were encountering. During the pandemic, we saw many strange things in China, like residents being locked into their own apartments, unable to leave. We know for a fact that the government controls information with the iron fist. And are they hiding this? The fact that perhaps hundreds of millions of their citizens have died, disappeared, being cremated.
From the evil one, deliver me. From the evil one, deliver me. At the hour of my death. At the hour of my death. Call me and bid me to come to thee. Call me and bid me to come to thee.
What's this? I don't need this.
Give me the compass.
I don't need this.
We'll take her eyes.
Let's just stop that. I don't need all that reference. Sorry about that. I didn't know they were going to say that. Anyway, I just showed that to you because I often question the population in China. All right. I guess that's everything. I'm going to go get something to eat. I thank everyone for being here. And that was a good report on Finger, I thought, and the volume's good on Finger. But you can see there's pullbacks sometimes, and that's a chance to trade or maybe sell calls or do things. And then the question is, how quickly does Finger recover? Certainly it can go, maybe that system, that AI system's correct. Today is the 28th. June 6th is next week, so maybe that's a upward cycle. We'll find out. Anyway, all my best to everybody, and peace.